Hey. It's like, gotta wait forever for that to finish. And now you gotta wait a minute, a whole minute, 59 seconds. Let me shut up already. Already acting like a clown. So today we're gonna go over Chad's dreadful letter number 6, which I wish he would stop publishing, but he's not here to appease the likes of me or my family or any of his victims' family members or friends. So he's definitely going to keep on going, it seems. And so we're going to talk about that. Then we're going to talk, well, I don't know which order to go in. I think we'll just go ahead and get our pissed offness over with by watching Lori's, well, whatever the hell this is, her 15 minutes from Idaho. Anyways, it's disgusting. She's disgusting, and we really don't put it past her for sure. So I don't. Hold on. Something's playing. Okay. Always something. So hold on just 1 second. I have something in my eye. Thank y'all for being here with me today, by the way. It's September 21st, 2025. What a time, huh? There we go. And then, y'all, I had a revelation. Can you believe it? I know. No, not those kind of revelations, but definitely something very interesting. I did notice a couple people, Desert Rain and Huggy Bear were in this chat too. And so I wasn't in the chat, but anyways, you know how people pin comments and you can see it afterwards. Well, holy cow. It brought a lot of things together for me. So that's when I went back and added to my title of this live stream, plus Mormon history, a little Mormon history. So that's wild. And Jason's like, I can hear your brain. I can hear your brain peeling out, So I was like, how'd you know? I forget what he called it. Yeah. Anyways, but it ties to Charlie Kirk. It ties to everything. Okay. Don't you know? So that'll be towards the end. We'll go ahead and do these other things first and save the best for last, in my opinion. I think it's the best. So for what it's worth. Oh, hello. Okay. Here we go. Let me unmute it.
Yes, now I can hear you.
Okay. First off, let me make sure you can see it. Okay. Yep. First off, she's smiling. She's happy. She's always so god dang happy, right? She's just so chipper. And I noticed during whenever I watched this, because thank you, Donna, for doing that. By the way, I slept. I fell asleep, and I was like, "Oh no, oh no!" Yeah. But when I was watching it, I was like, Judge Boreski looks like he's a concierge or something. Just so I don't know. It's just different seeing him in like a rounded desk. Anyways.
All right, this is the time set for a settlement conference in CR. I don't know why I said a settlement conference. This is the time set for a status conference in CR 2021-001704 and CR 2022-001242. Let's get appearances, please. We'll start from the state.
Trina Kay on behalf of the state.
And Ms. Daybell, can you state your full name?
It's Lori Daybell for the defense.
She said Satan.
All right, thank you. This is, as I said, a time set for status conference. Is there any resolution regarding the restitution requests?
No.
Judge, I've not had any contact with Ms. Daybell, so we had provided her with the documentation for Kay Woodcock in the amount of $8,949.52 prior to, or at the time of the sentencing. So I'm not sure if she'll stipulate to that.
That was the only request so far?
So far, the request for Brandon Boudreaux at this time, he's still trying to get that together. So we would just ask that remain open. And when we have those documents, we'll provide them to Ms. Daybell and then set a hearing so we can see if she'll stipulate or not.
I just heard like
All right, so
Set a hearing so we can see.
I just heard like a clicking, like when I take a screenshot on my phone. That's what it sounded like.
See if she'll stipulate or not.
all right, so I'll turn to Ms. Daybell. What's your position on the restitution request?
Because
Let me go back. God dang it.
Remain open. And when we have those documents, we'll provide them to Ms. Daybell and then set a hearing so we can see if she'll stipulate or not.
Yep. I heard it again.
All right, so I'll turn to Ms. Daybell. What's your position on the restitution request?
because I haven't received anything from Mr. Boudreaux. Also, the documents I have received from Ms. K are insufficient on their face. The defense is requesting.
Speaking of face, she looks like she has a long ass face here these days. She also looks like Adam too. So it's kind of strange. I mean, they are brother and sister, but
I have received from Ms. K are insufficient on their face. The defense is requesting that.
It's like, bitch, you're a murderer. Okay, you've been convicted multiple times in multiple states, and you've received multiple life sentences. Can you drop the fucking act of playing Miss Lori Lawyer? Okay, because it's sure getting old, like you are in your boobs. Okay. Anyways,
The state would give the defense an accounting of the stipulation that has already been given to the victims in these cases by the state, so that we can accurately review the receipts that have been given to us.
why would the prosecution give them money? Like, well, I don't know. Let me back up. Yeah, I probably had that wrong. I don't know how that works because I'm not an official legal victim, nor do I want to be. But let's hear that again so I can slam her appropriately.
From Ms. K are insufficient on their face. The defense is requesting that the state would give the defense an accounting of the stipulation that has already been given to the victims in these cases by the state, so that we can accurately review the receipts that have been given to us, and then we'll be able to go from that point.
Says an indigent prisoner who's not going to pay them anyways. So what are we doing here? Why are we here? Hori, lore whore. Why are we here?
Judge, I actually have no idea what Ms. Daybell just said. She was provided.
I love it. I actually don't know what Daybell just stated. Just saying.
Given to us, and then we'll be able
I
to
love it.
go from that point.
Go girl.
Judge, I actually have no idea what Ms. Daybell just said. She was provided with copies of all of the receipts as well as an accounting on an Excel spreadsheet. So
Look
if
how big her she got some Coke bottles on right now, y'all. Like her, they look really magnified. No, look, I'm snarking on Lori. This has nothing to do with anybody else. I wear glasses too. I'm just saying, I snark on her because she deserves to be snarked on because she is a murderer.
she doesn't agree to that, then we would need to set a hearing.
I want to know
All
who
right,
she
is
gets looking at too. Besides
Is there
Jeff.
What I'm asking for, what I'm asking for is for the state to also give what they have already reimbursed the victims as witnesses when they.
It doesn't matter though if they reimburse the victims already, or if it's all the amount, if it's 2% of the amount, if it's 80% of the amount, she would still have to be liable for it, right? Yeah.
Came. It's very confusing, the receipts that we have received, what they were already reimbursed for. So in order to have a hearing, I would need those disclosed to the defense as soon as possible.
All right, I haven't seen any of these documents.
I feel bad for Judge Bresky.
Is the defendant talking about there's some things that are is the county attorney's office
He's
seeking
confused.
restitution from their victim compensation fund?
We
She
did
would-
not provide a request for that, no.
This is the same defendant who was convicted for fraud for, getting over on the IRS, Social Security Administration, just like her daddy.
Okay, so
She don't care
I
about
guess
this.
what if the victim, if Kay Woodcock is requesting certain amounts of money that she spent, and no one's requesting money that the Victims Compensation Fund may have given to her. Why would that be relevant for restitution hearing?
It's not. Look, she's confused. She don't even know where she's at right now.
I'm asking you, Ms. Vallow.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
you're asking me?
Yeah.
So,
If no one's requesting reimbursement for money that the Maricopa County Attorney's Office Victim Compensation Fund gave any witnesses or anything, that's not something that we're talking about for restitution.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just hit my space bar. It's so right there. Sorry.
well, that's what the defense doesn't know. The defense doesn't know what's been compensated and what hasn't been compensated. So, on some of the actual receipts, there are saying 3 victims stayed at this hotel room or 3 next of kin stayed at this hotel room. So is Ms. K asking for those things to be reimbursed to her and she's going to cut everybody a check, or how is that supposed to work? So I'm asking for some clarification on what has been compensated, what hasn't been compensated, and what she's actually asking for.
Okay, I think
Oh, like, should it be one victim? Because it's, I guess, only Kay and Brandon who are asking to be reimbursed restitution. So I was just thinking, like, who could the 3 victims be with my mom's receipts? And that would be maybe Uncle Jerry, Aunt Susan, Mom. Larry's not on there. You know, like, I don't know what's on there. And I mean, I shouldn't, because it's none of my damn business. But anyways, I mean, what is she wanting to know? Just restitution for just Kay and not the other 2 victims? Like, I don't know what she's getting at here.
I think I need to just set it for a hearing, and those are questions you can ask. She would need to testify, I would suppose, for any money that she expended. So can we do a virtual restitution hearing Friday, October 3rd at 9:30 a.m.?
I don't know. Lori might have like her Pilates class, or she might be teaching. No, I'm kidding. She's got all the time in the world, Judge. And that just, it sucks because she's still clogged. She's still a clog in the system always, right?
2 weeks from today.
Yeah, I'm sorry for
Judge, I'm not sure. Kay is not on the line right now, so I would have to check with her after this. I do have something in the morning until about 11 o'clock, so I am free in the afternoon if Kay Woodcock is.
Is there, since we have everyone here now, is there a way we could recess for a couple minutes and you could check?
We can attempt to reach her.
Or yeah, I could do also October 3rd at 1 p.m.
So for me, 1 p.m. would work. I mean, we could set it then. We can reach out to Kay, and if it doesn't work, we can let the court know. I mean, obviously, it's more difficult with Miss Daybell.
I hate that. She does this condescending look. She don't need to be up here in the upper section. She needs to be down here in the lower section because she already looks down on everybody, you know? She's probably like, oh, this is just like the Brady Bunch. Brady Bunch. The Brady Bunch. I'm just kidding.
No, I mean, obviously, it's more difficult with Miss Daybell.
Right there.
Not easily reached, but
yeah. Why
I'm
is
not
that?
sure how else to do that.
And again, everyone, I would expect everyone just to appear virtually. The state would need to mark. I think the easiest way to do it is any receipts or documentation that you want me to consider would need to be marked just as one packet and a copy sent to Ms. Vallow. Let's do an alternative just in case that witness isn't available. So first choice will be the 3rd at 1 p.m. Second choice, how about the 10th, October 10th at 9:30 a.m.?
That works for the state as well.
All right, so we're gonna assume that it's October 3rd at 1 p.m. unless we hear otherwise by Monday. If we do hear something, we'll cut another minute entry so that everyone's on notice that it'll be the 10th at 9:30 a.m.
Okay.
Your Honor,
Right. Go ahead.
if those documents could be emailed to our paralegal here at
Oh my God.
PWCC, her name is Rachel Cheney. I wasn't gonna say your first name, Miss Cheney. Then that could be expedited.
She's too happy. I can't. Like, I would be embarrassed. I would be so freaking embarrassed, but she is not. She is like, I guess, clinging on to be relevant. That's the only thing I can surmise from all this. Is crazy. Why won't she go away?
Rachel Cheney. I wasn't gonna say your first name, Miss Cheney. Then that could be expedited. So I could get that as soon as
They are
possible.
the same documents we previously disclosed. We
Yeah.
can re-email them if maybe
They are.
Mr. Abernathy can send us the email. But they're the exact same documents we previously disclosed.
And I'm gonna need them again for review. I wasn't able to bring those with me.
I, out of an abundance of caution, I would just ask you to send another copy in the exact, order that you would be presenting it as an exhibit. So when we're referring to it virtually, everyone's literally on the same page at the same time. So Mr. Abernathy, are you willing to accept that email and get it forwarded to Ms. Daybell?
Yes, Judge. I currently have no contact information from Ms. Daybell. Obviously, this case is on appeal, and we have an appeal attorney assigned to it. I think he's in the process of trying to establish
Oh my
direct
God.
communications with Ms. Daybell, but I'm not sure trying to establish an appeal attorney assigned to it.
I can't stand for her to feel like she's being vindicated or validated or all those things. Okay. And she's just so condescending. I thought I made facial expressions, but I think she has me beat. And it makes me really wish that we had front cameras for the trials, both trials in Arizona. I wish we had them for all of them, but come on, Idaho, release the info.
I think he's in the process of trying to establish direct communications with Ms. Daybell, but I'm not sure if that's actually been accomplished at this point. And
then and she just shook her head too. Why is Jeff White still here? Why is he still here? And I like what Judge Bresky does tell him. It's awesome. Smackdown.
Obviously we would need like a legal privileged line to be set up. So I haven't had a word on that. So I'm not sure. I mean, October 3rd is coming up pretty soon. That might be a little premature. I also don't know how we can do a virtual hearing with advisory council. I don't have any way to communicate directly with Ms. Daybell. That's going to be a privileged.
Okay. Well, you're advisory council, so you don't take an active role.
Boom! Ha ha ha! Right. Oh my gosh, I think I have a little thing back there. Hold on. I'll show you. Where's it at? Are you done? Are you done? But are you done? I actually had a little, here it is. That's Judge Bresky. And then, are you done? Are you done? Are you done? He wants to know if she's done. We hope so. Let me take this one down. Okay, allegedly. Let me take it down. Where's it at? There it is. Okay, sorry. I like how he just told him that. Well, you're just advisory council.
Communicate directly with Ms. Daybell. That's going to be a privileged.
Okay. Well, you're advisory council, so you don't take an active role. Well,
Ms.
Daybell.
Sorry, Judge, I could take an active role if Ms. Daybell has a question in the middle of this hearing, then we're not going to be able to talk and we're going to have to reset the hearing. So,
I mean, she's such an expert. Why don't she just ask herself? Why don't she use her portaling skills and telecommunicate with him?
We're going to have to establish some way that she can communicate with me directly in order to not have to reset this in the middle of the hearing.
Judge, maybe
okay,
to ensure that, I'm sorry, Judge. I was thinking to ensure that Ms. Daybell has time to speak with her advisory council and that they are able to set up a way to communicate prior to the hearing so that they can discuss that. As much as I don't want to push it back, I think it might be better if we allowed them some time to discuss the hearing and whether or not she needs to stipulate to anything. As we've indicated, there is no victim compensation that's been paid out.
There you
It's
go.
just the documents that exist. So maybe they can go over those with her and lessen the time of whatever this hearing is about.
Whatever this hearing is
Well,
about.
I guess I'm
Right? Oh my God, Trina. I heart you, Trina. Okay. She's like, whatever this damn hearing is about. I don't even know what Daybell just said. I mean, it's like some alternate universe that Lori loves to live in and she loves to drag everybody around her into. It's disgusting.
That's been paid out. It's just the documents that exist. So maybe they can go over those with her and lessen the time of whatever this hearing is about.
Let me fix
Well,
my
I guess
camera.
I'm a little frustrated that Ms. Daybell the defendants had this information for 2 months and
Yeah, Daybell.
there have been no conversations apparently or contact.
She's okay with that, Judge. She's okay with that.
So let's
And
look at-
Judge, just to avoid some frustration with the court, there were there were conversations, but since Ms. Daybell has been transported back to Idaho, that communication has ceased. So at this point, I haven't been able to communicate with her currently as to what the status of any of this is.
Ask her whose fault that is, you know?
I know based on previous conversations, there are some issues that we need to address. And I do need to talk to Ms. Daybell about regarding the actual documents that were sent. I am happy to basically send a copy of those. I mean,
He's got to be from Ireland. Or I've never noticed it till this hearing. And I was like, he sounds like he's Irish or I don't know.
I'm happy to do that if Ms. Kay will send those to me. It sounds like they're the same ones. So I will forward those to Ms. Daybell in Idaho so she can review those. Sounds like she didn't get to transport those with her.
Okay.
So I want to know what happened to Mark Mean's briefcase that she brought with her to Arizona that they put in evidence. I really want to know where that is. Did she travel back with it? Did they ever get somebody to maybe Mark Means to go pick it up when she was extradited, y'all know, from like Idaho to Arizona? She had the combination to it and everything. She had the secret combination.
So that's fine. We'll do a little more time to make sure that documentation gets forwarded in the format that we would anticipate it be marked as an exhibit. So let's do. All right, is advisory council or Ms. Kay in trial the middle of October?
I'm not sure.
I don't know.
Sorry, that's at the prison.
We know. What is
Yeah,
that?
I think what I'm asking is, does it need to be on should we just shoot for Fridays?
I think Fridays are probably better, Judge.
Okay, is 4 weeks enough? Friday, October 17, 1 p.m. Oh, wait, I've got a block, 1:30 p.m.
I'm sorry, Judge, did I miss the date?
Friday, October 17 would be
Yeah.
4 weeks from today.
That's fine with me, Judge. If for some reason I can't establish contact with Ms. Daybell in that time frame or any reasonable time frame, I will let the court know.
And Judge, should we come up with any reason why Ms. Woodcock is not available, we'll
Right,
also
should.
advise court.
Just in case.
The paralegals, if you want me to put it in the chat for council. The
What?
paralegal, I don't.
Oh, I'm being told my
Oh.
JA has the paralegal's email in Idaho that those documents can be forwarded to, and the courtroom assistant's gonna put it in the chat, Mr. Abernathy.
Okay, thank you.
It is losing her mind.
Your
I
Honor, I also have, I'm sorry to interrupt. I also have all the information too. I've been dealing with the paralegal. I even have been talking to the warden.
It's not your job
trying to-
anymore.
Trying to get things set up for to be
Okay.
able to speak to Ms. Daybell.
Okay.
Okay, did anybody else get a sense from Mr. Jeff White over here, Lori's probably future husband, He got a little fangirl ish just now over him talking to the warden, and I don't like all that. I don't like it one bit. It stinks, just like Lori's upper lip.
All the information too. I've been dealing with the paralegal. I
Giggle.
even have been talking to the warden,
Okay.
trying to get things set up for to be able to speak to Miss
Stop it.
Daybell.
Okay.
I can't stand her
All right.
or her husband.
Is it in the chat?
Yes.
Or her
Okay, it's
future
in the
husband.
chat. Copy that info down. Mr. White sounds like he has it.
She smirk.
Copy that info down. Mr. White sounds like he has it. Unless
I also got the sense that I don't know what it is because there's nothing directly doing this, but why do I get a sense that Jeff White and Lori Daybell are flirting with, like, they're flirty. I don't know. Let me know what you think.
there's some sort of settlement of the restitution issue, I'll expect to see everyone virtually October 17 at 1:30. Again, if that doesn't work for the state's witness, please let us know sooner rather than later.
Okay. And Judge, can I just email the document that we'll be using the exhibit to your clerk, or I'm not sure who, do you have a clerk there?
We're not going to know who the clerk's going to be until a few days before, but it will reach out to the parties, and in addition to the state, if the defense has an exhibit they want marked, we'll let you know who to send that to.
Okay, thank you.
All right, anything else?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Your Honor, since we're gonna be having this 4 weeks, is it possible, I don't know if the state knows, but is it possible to have the receipts from Brandon so that we can, Mr. Boudreaux, so that we can do that all at once?
That's not going to be completed in 4 weeks.
Boom.
All right, so may have other restitution hearings in the future. I don't know. All right, we'll be at recess. We'll see everyone October 17, 1:30. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye. All right. Okay. There's that. Nothing but aggravation, in my opinion. Okay. Now on to Daybell's dumbass letters. Letter number 6, which is over here. Just hold on one second. Oh, please. Let me take this banner down. Okay. Yeah. Let's go this way. Thank y'all. Today, Cletus. Okay. Yeah. All right. I think it's my voice. No, I think I might have changed it to Chin's. Hold on.
Letter 6.
Letter 6. Okay. Let me change it to mine. I don't remember.
Hi, my name is KK.
That's definitely not it.
Hi, my name is Krisha Easton Difficult Research. I am an American English voice from the United States.
Oh my God. Okay. Where's mine? Just mine. Cloned. I'm cloned.
Hi, my
twins
name
doing the
is
same thing.
Krisha Easton Difficult Research.
That's so
Hi,
sad.
my name is Difficult. Hi, my name is My Voice Update.
I think that's it. I just need to speed it up.
Krisha Easton Difficult Research.
Not sure.
I am an American English voice from the.
We'll just go with it for right now. I think. Let me just see.
Chad Daybell recounts his second near-death
That is not it.
experience in
I'm so
1993.
sorry. What the hell? Okay, because I came in here and recorded it earlier. It's gonna aggravate me, y'all. I know I have like a bunch of them. Let's see. Chins and chins, chins.
Hi, my name is My Voice Update. I am an American English voice from the United States.
I don't know.
At La Jolla Cove, where he was saved from a wave by his deceased grandfathers, Keith and Finity. During the experience, Keith shared future events and tasks Seth needed to accomplish, including having 5 children and a career.
Sorry. I'm about to just pick Gwyneth Paltrow, okay? That's what we're going to go with. Or Christy.
Hi, my name is Christy. I am an English voice.
All right.
Change.
They didn't even change it.
Hi, my name is Brent. Hi, my name is Denise.
Hey there, my name is Keenan. I'm an
Oh.
English voice from the United States.
All right, we'll go with
Experience,
you.
coupled with the birth of his third child.
All right, let's go here.
Letter 6. Summary. Chad Daybell recounts his second near-death experience in 1993 at La Jolla Cove, where he was saved from a wave by his deceased grandfathers, Keith and Finity. During the experience, Keith shared future events and tasks Seth needed to accomplish, including having 5 children and a career change. This experience, coupled with the birth of his third child, led Seth to apply for and secure the position of cemetery sexton.
It did a summary, and because Seth Daybell, when he publishes it on the website, which is right here. Where'd it go? Oh, right here. Which is right here. So whenever you go into it, I wonder why it doesn't say it here. Because it says Seth, usually. It's weird. Anyways, I did find one very troubling line from Chad's letter, number 6. But yeah, well, it'll be at the very, very end. So let me get back over here. Y'all, I'm not digging the voice. I'm sorry. I'm weird. Cloned.
Hi, my name is KK.
Hi.
I am an American. Hi, my name is Crusha Easton. Hi, my name is My Voice Update. Hi, my name is My Voice Update. I am an American English voice from the United States.
Hard it. Okay.
In Springville, Utah. By Chad Daybell's death row prison cell in Kuna, Idaho. My second near-to-death experience happened in the summer of 1993. 8 years had passed since I had jumped off the cliff at Flaming Gorge Reservoir. I was now nearly 25 years old. Tammy and I had moved to Ogden the previous year when I was hired as a copy editor for the Standard Examiner newspaper, and we now had a 1-year-old son. Ogden is about a 90-minute drive from Springville, so we felt we were on our own but still close enough to visit our families regularly. I really enjoyed my new job. I had been the city editor during my senior year for BYU's Daily Universe newspaper, but going to the Standard Examiner was a major step up.
I mean, a whole BYU's Daily Universe paper. But I mean, have you heard BYU come out with anything ever? You know, but it does lead me to remember the interview done on BYUI radio of Joseph Murray, the OUR Rescue Rexburg run that happened the weekend that Tylee was murdered. That Tammy ran, that we thought Tammy ran in, but she was actually just a volunteer. There are photos to corroborate that too.
Company was a full-scale operation with a bustling newsroom and dozens of employees, and I was right on the front lines in producing the newspaper each day. This was an exciting time when computer typesetting programs were being introduced, but when I first started working there, we still actually cut and pasted the newspaper together.
Yeah, I haven't caught like the middle parts of this, but I caught the beginning and the end. So
on the copy desk, we would design the pages, edit the stories, write the headlines, then send the articles to the production room. If an article ended up being too long for the page, I would be called to the production room to decide which part of the story to cut out. Then, with an X-Acto knife, we would literally cut the text to fit and paste it onto the page board. There was a lot of stress as the daily deadline approached, with people running everywhere and shouting to each other, as we all tried to do 3 things at once.
It also reminds me of Gordon Bowen, how he was, in Madison, what is it? Madison ad agency in New York. I don't know, just that little blurb right there kind of reminded me of that business, except they say that Gordon allegedly copies other people's ideas or something. I don't know. Wasn't there. Don't know.
I would be editing a last-minute article on my computer, but listening for someone to shout, "Chad, get back here and cut this story," or "That headline
Yeah.
isn't long enough. Rewrite it." So the job was invigorating, and I was getting a hands-on crash course in writing, editing, and publishing. The 8-hour shifts went quickly because we rarely had time for a break. Since I had an interest in sports, I became the main copy editor for the sports section. I thrived in the excitement each weekend as we scrambled to get in all of the high school and college stories and scores before the deadline. On those nights, I usually designed each page and wrote every headline in the section. It was high pressure at times, but rewarding when we put together a great section. I got along well with my colleagues, and I expected to steadily work my way up the corporate ladder and remain with the newspaper for several years. Tammy had made some good friends in Ogden, and we enjoyed exploring northern Utah together. I was focused on my career and my young family. Then my parents invited us to join them on a vacation to San Diego, California. I had spent my first 2 years of life there while my father was serving in the U.S. Navy, and the area has remained a special place for our family. One spot we liked to visit was La Jolla Cove, where we'd play on the beach and look for seashells. When we arrived on this particular day, it was low
That's what most
tide and a
people do there.
jagged rock outcropping had been exposed. I climbed out onto the outcropping looking for shells that might have gotten trapped among the rocks.
I've
The
never
ocean
heard that
had been
word.
calm, but I suddenly looked up.
What the hell is an outcropping? I climbed onto the outcropping. I don't know. I have to look that up.
To see a towering wave bearing down on me.
No.
I had no way to avoid it. For a moment, I considered trying to ride the wave to the beach, but I knew I would surely be sliced apart by the jagged rocks. Over the roar of the approaching wave, I heard an audible voice shout in my ear, "Get down and cling to that rock." I grabbed hold of a nearby 2-foot-wide boulder just as the monstrous wave crashed down on me. The
If he
force was
listened,
incredible, and it took all of my strength to not get ripped away by the water. Then my surroundings instantly changed, and I found myself out of my body inside a tunnel of light.
again,
It wasn't a bright white light, but more like a yellow heat lamp. It felt like I was wrapped in a warm blanket, and I felt extremely happy. I saw 2 men in robes standing about 10 feet above me in the tunnel, and I
in robes. I'm just saying.
instinctively knew them. One was my grandpa Keith Daybell, and the other was my great-great-great-grandpa Finity Daybell.
Isn't Grandpa Keith the one who remember when Lori and Chad were fighting and he was like, "Okay, well, I took all Grandpa Keith said," or whatever the hell. I don't know. I don't have it in front of me. Something about taking away the protection for Lori unless she would send like a thumbs up emoji or some stupid shit like that. Remember that shit? It's Grandpa Keith. Okay. So Grandpa Keith is like dead. Grandpa Keith at that is like telling Chad what to do from beyond the veil.
They had died before I was born, but it was like reuniting with old friends. I levitated up the tunnel to where they were, and the
course
tunnel
he
opened up
levitated.
into a room. They smiled at me, but they seemed
His fat ass ain't levitated 1 year and he's been alive. I promise you that.
to be in a hurry. Keith began speaking to me and gesturing with his hands. He mentioned my 5 children and the roles they would play in the future. It was a strange
Did they tell you that they would be publishing your letters from prison onto, its own designated website and would be purporting your propaganda shit, trying to change your narrative too? Because if they change your narrative, because they already believe it, then it means that you're not a murderer of their mom, Cognitive dissonance.
conversation, since Tammy and I only had one child at the time.
Who you couldn't stand.
Keith also explained the tasks I needed to accomplish in my lifetime. As he talked, I saw snippets of future events on a set of screens in front of me. The rush of images was almost overwhelming. It felt like they were being downloaded into my mind.
Download.
Keith asked me if I would be willing to fulfill the assignments he had outlined.
That's a popular word with this Mormon bunch right here. Downloaded. Tim Ballard's used it. Melanie Gibbs used it. Jason Mall's used it. Julie Rose used it. It's just I'm sure other ones have too. Maybe, Mike Stroud too.
It felt like they were being downloaded into my mind. Keith asked me if I would be willing to fulfill the assignments he had outlined.
He should have scanned it for viruses because it gave him a virus one. I'm sorry. Y'all probably saw that idea flashed across my mind.
and I agreed to do so. Finity didn't speak because he was keeping an eye on my body, which was now tumbling among the rocks. I could
Yeah,
also see my
okay.
body, but I had lost all interest in it. I was too busy enjoying this
too.
family reunion. Then I saw Finity give a nod to Keith, who made a motion with his hand. I was suddenly back in my body, which had washed closer to the beach. I felt wrapped in a soft, protective cushion as another wave propelled me over the rocks and onto the beach. I credit this cushion for helping me escape additional serious
He
injuries.
credits a cushion.
Then the pain hit me. I looked at my
What a
hands and saw my
dork.
fingertips were
How do you credit a cushion? I credit this cushion for helping me escape additional serious injuries. Thank you, cushion. What the fuck? What the fuck? I swear. What the actual
I felt
fuck?
wrapped in a soft, protective cushion as another wave propelled me over the rocks and
You're
onto the
fat.
beach. I credit this cushion for helping me escape additional serious injuries. Then the pain
Why wouldn't you credit your dead grandpas? You know, I'm just saying. Or Jesus and Heavenly Father. I don't know. All the people.
hit me. I looked at my hands and saw my fingertips were shredded from being ripped away from the rock. The left side of my back had large bloody gashes, and I had a deep cut on my chin.
Why don't you not do stupid shit like jumping off of don't do that. I mean, I did it. Now I'm not sitting here writing about a near-death experience, okay? I'm like, woo, that was a rush, you know? And my bathing suit top flew off or came off or whatever. But I learned my lesson. I was like, yeah, no, I'm not doing that again. I wouldn't dare do it today, but no, he goes and does it again because he's so smart. He's such a smart guy. Credits a cushion.
My family helped me to the car and took me to the hospital to be examined.
For what? Get you a Band-Aid. Rub a little dirt in it. You know? Move on. It's like you're a pansy.
I didn't have any broken bones, but I got a
Sure.
lot of stitches.
Ooh.
This brief adventure out of my body felt like an urgent
can't stand
business
him.
meeting where Grandpa Keith poured information into me, while
Download
Finity
it.
allowed the meeting to go on just long enough before I would have drowned. It seemed like there should have been an easier way, but I guess they seized the opportunity. I was pretty banged up, so Tammy and I decided to end our trip at that point and head home. On the drive back to Ogden, I told her about what had happened with Keith and Finity. She was very intrigued and started asking many questions. As she did so, the snippet pertaining to each question would play in my mind.
A snippet.
I told her about the 5 kids, and she was happy about that. She asked when they would be born, and I explained I hadn't been given any dates, but I had seen we would have 3 kids in Ogden before moving back to Springville. So we
Oh.
estimated we had at least a few more years living in Ogden. Once we returned home, most of the snippets were taken from my mind, and even now I only have access to them on a need-to-know basis.
I need to
Tammy and
know
I wished we
basis.
talked more about it on the trip home and found out more.
He's so stupid. He says once we returned home, most of the snippets were taken from my mind. And even now, I only have access to them on a need to know basis. What does that mean? So we don't need to know. Nobody wants to even know. And you already shared this in your stupid ass books. Okay, so why are you telling us the same shit over again? He's like a plunger. I said this before. He's bringing up old shit.
But we
And this is Lori's husband, so there's that.
would have one answer soon enough. Little did we know during our trip that Tammy was already pregnant with our second child, and
It's from having sex, Chad.
the third one would quickly follow. I had seen enough in the spirit world snippets to raise my curiosity about one future job option, but it seemed highly unlikely to happen anytime soon. During my
Right.
sophomore and junior years at BYU, I had a part-time job at
I
the
need to
Springville
smoke.
Evergreen Cemetery. During the school year,
Of
I would
course you
attend
did.
classes in the morning and work there in the afternoons. Then I would work full-time during the summer. Over time, all of my brothers also worked there, so it became a family tradition in a way.
Yeah, which is
The
a
cemetery
little
sexton was Denny
interesting.
Pickering, and he supervised all of the cemetery operations. These tasks included sprinkler repair, lawn maintenance, digging and filling graves, coordinating with mortuaries and headstone companies, and helping families purchase burial plots. I became Denny's assistant and took care of these matters when he went on vacation.
Good
In the
one.
summer, there was a 5-person crew to help maintain the cemetery, but in the winter, it was just the 2 of us. I shoveled a lot of
What he didn't say is it's a skeleton crew. I can't believe he didn't like stop and make the pun there. You know, I just realized that there was a 5-person crew to help maintain the cemetery, but in the winter it was just the 2 of us. I shoveled a lot of snow. Okay, did you bury a lot of dead bodies?
No. About 2 years after my La Jolla Cove experience and soon after our third child was born, my brother called to tell me Denny had announced his retirement. The city was looking for his replacement, and my brother thought I might be interested in applying for the
Sounds like his brother maybe knows Denny. Just trying to understand here.
job since I had knowledge and experience other candidates might not have. This would definitely be an unusual career change, but Tammy and I felt it was
What do you mean career change? You were already, you were right? No, you were okay. All right.
the right time to make a move. I interviewed for the position and was hired the next week. When things fell into place so quickly, we knew it was the right decision. So with our growing family, we moved back to Springville in late 1995. Bookshelf, the late 19
Bookshelf, bookshelf, bookshelf. Everybody prepare for Chad's bookshelf.
1980s and through the 1990s were a unique time when truths about the spirit world were being revealed from seemingly every direction.
What the hell?
The Berlin Wall came down, and the rapid changes in the Soviet Union brought feelings of hope and peace as we headed toward the new millennium. A spiritual awakening emerged
You don't get to say the new millennium, asshole.
across the world as these life-changing events unfolded. Angels were a major topic of conversation on daily talk shows, and TV programs such as Touched by an Angel were very
All frauds.
popular. Meanwhile, dozens of books about angels and visits from the other side filled the nation's bestseller lists. Many of these books were written by LDS church members who either shared their own personal experiences or who compiled the experiences of others.
Yeah.
Here are some of the more notable spiritual books written by
Here we
LDS
go.
authors.
We're about to get a shout out. All right. These are all the ones. Sarah Hines. That's really Sarah. Oh, shit. She wrote on Avow. That's her other, I mean, like, that's her married name, but it's known on Avow as something else. I forget. It'll come to me.
During that time. Embraced by the Light by Betty Eady, I Stand All Amazed by Elaine Durham, The Message by Lance Richardson, I Saw Heaven by Lawrence Tooley, the Beyond the Veil series by Lee Nelson, Coming from the Light by Sarah Hinsey, Echoes of Eternity by Arvin Gibson, The Life Before by Brent L. Top. After my second near-to-death experience, I devoured these
Near to
books
death.
and many others like them. I felt I had discovered a group of people who could relate to what I'd been through. Each one of these books is excellent, covering heavenly topics from different angles, but with the same
Him saying heavenly topic is about as appealing as Tom Harrison saying, that was just delicious, Kenneth. That was just delicious. Okay. It's creepy.
I felt I had discovered a group of people who could relate to what I'd been through. Each one of these books is excellent, covering heavenly topics from different angles, but with the same general theme of a vast world beyond this one. I later had the privilege of
Why don't
getting
you
to
go
know
there?
and work on books with Lee Nelson and Sarah Hinsey. They are among the best people I've been associated with. Lee is a good-hearted, down-to-earth cowboy, and Sarah is a sweet, kind, thoughtful person. She's a true angel herself.
Oh, shut
Musical notes.
up. Shut up, Chad.
Suddenly, after 3 years at the Standard Examiner, I was Springville's cemetery sexton at age 27. Although I had been anticipating a transition back to my hometown after the birth of our third child, I was surprised at which job had opened up. I had been looking at jobs in Utah County related to my communications journalism degree. I had actually been offered a position on the Provo Daily Herald staff a couple of months earlier, but it didn't feel right and I turned it down. The
He probably got
cemetery
turned
job
down.
had been in the back of my mind, but I figured Denny Pickering wasn't going to retire anytime soon. Denny stayed on the job during my first 2 weeks to overlap a bit and answer any questions I might have. It was great to reconnect with him. My brothers and I always regarded him with great respect, but also as a
Okay.
wise guru because he would share
Wise
various sayings and phrases
guru.
about life that were equally puzzling and profound. He would often tell us, enjoy, that's it, no elaboration or explanation. If we asked, enjoy what? He would simply repeat enjoy and walk away. I finally
Enjoy
decided
life.
Denny meant for us to enjoy each moment and appreciate life. So, I pass on that message to you. Enjoy. After Denny's final 2 weeks, I was on my own. I tried to not feel overwhelmed at first. The Springville Evergreen Cemetery is very large with thousands of headstones. People sometimes think the sexton job is easy, but as I described in the letter, there are many responsibilities tied to the position. But I quickly adapted and enjoyed the
is,
sunshine
it
and
is.
fresh air after sitting at a desk and staring at a computer screen for 3 years. The biggest change for me was being much more aware of the otherworldly nature of the profession. When I had worked
You
at the
wrote a book
cemetery
about it.
during college,
It
I
sucked
hadn't
too.
had my La Jolla Cove near-to-death experience yet. Any spirit world interactions at the cemetery had been rare before, but now I could feel
What?
there were plenty of friends hanging out in the cemetery. When I was alone in the cemetery building, I often sensed visitors from the great beyond joining me.
Oh my
On
God.
bad weather days, I would work in my office to catch up on my record keeping, and invariably I'd soon notice the hair on the back of my neck standing on end. It was
You
as
gotta
if
hold on
someone
to
was leaning over my shoulder reading what I had written. I know these ghostly friends didn't mean any harm, and I would smile when I'd return from my lunch break to find my pen had been moved across the desk from where I'd left it. Sometimes I would arrive in the morning and see that my day planner was already turned to the correct day. That must have taken a lot of effort.
You
I
already wrote
generally
about this.
sensed 5 male spirits hanging around me. I understood they had lived in Springville many years earlier and had been friends during their mortal lives. They considered themselves the guardians of the cemetery, and I appreciated their help. But there were days when I just had to say, guys, get out of here. I'm trying to
Get
get
out of
some
here,
work
guys.
done. And they would oblige. A few years ago, Rick Astley released a gospel album titled 50. The album is fun and joyful, especially the song Angels on My Side. Rick sings, I got angels, you got angels, everybody got their angels on their side. Everything's going to be all right. I dedicate this song to my cemetery friends from 30 years ago who watched over
Right
me,
here.
and also to my current friends who I sense are helping me and protecting me now.
That right there. That I was like, whoa, 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 dude. Okay, hold on. So I screen recorded the little blurb in Chad Daybell's voice. That's right. I'm gonna play it from my phone.
Angels on their side. Everything's gonna be all right. I dedicate the song to my cemetery friends from 30 years ago who watched over me.
This next
And
part.
also to my current friends who I sense are helping me and protecting me now.
Is he talking about angel friends, or is he talking about people actually protecting him currently, or he senses they're protecting and helping him now? What's he need protecting from, even if they're ghost friends? If they're ghost friends that are he senses are protecting him now, can you imagine the prison ghost stories? I'm just saying. Oh my God. Sorry, it sounded so ridiculous coming out of my mouth. So I'm just throwing that in there. It just, I don't know, it kind of rubbed me the wrong way.
I dedicate this song to my cemetery friends from 30 years ago who watched over me, and also to my current friends who I sense are helping me and protecting me now. Yes, Rick, everything's going to be all right. Rick Astley, Angels on My Side 4K remaster.
Okay. Anybody else feel much dumber now? I do. So I looked up an outcrop. It's an outcropping, also known as an outcrop, is a visible exposure of bedrock or other geologic formations on the surface of the earth. In most places, the bedrock is covered by soil and vegetation, but in areas where erosion or other natural forces have removed this cover, the rock is exposed or crops out. This can happen on steep hillsides, mountain ridges, or river banks. Anyways, where did this other thing go? Hold on. Oh, okay. So hold on. It did not listen to me. Okay. Y'all like my icon? It's, the donor ribbon. I mean, the ribbon or whatever advocacy. I saw this. Jason showed me some shirts for a stroke awareness month, because it's stroke awareness month. And I was like, oh, I love that. So I was like, well, let me put it to child abuse. Okay. Especially organized child abuse, right? Can't stand it. Oh, and it's so obvious. But anyways, this next part is going hopefully to blow your mind like it did mine. It's good. I mean, it helps fill in the blanks, let's just say. I won't say it's good, but let me choose the appropriate tab here. So this is Unfiltered Rice Podcast. This is my friend Wendy. Well, not Wendy. Oh my God. My friend Heidi from Unfiltered Rice Podcast. And also, I don't really know the other guys. I mean, I've seen this Jacob guy, JJ. This is JJ and this is JJ. Before Goel has appeared on Rise Celebrity right here. I've never seen this guy before over here. But anyways, I just turned it on. I don't know. Didn't say anything in the title except for Operation GCD, which is his name. That's the name of his channel. So But I mean, they talk about Mormon stuff. They talk about parapolitics. Mainly, she digs into the history of the church and the elites of the church, the bloodlines, if you will. So, anyways, let's start with this. This is where it hooked me, and then it grabbed me the entire way through. So, let's go.
Getting to those matters, Heidi, love, how you doing, ma'am? Did you have some other Mormon topics you want to kick us off with?
Oh, sure. Like I said, I wasn't sure what we were doing, and I know normally we go down the genealogy row. So
I got that on deck for you, ma'am. You know I do.
you know it. And I have to first tell Shelly, who wrote in
Thank
to
you,
me. I don't
Shelley.
want to say your last name. Thank you. You sent me some things that were fascinating. And Shelly sent me something called One Royal Line. Have you heard of this, JJ?
Sounds like Julie Rose.
This is
royal
fantastic.
bloodline.
Is this the Merovingian stuff?
Well, it is. It ties in with that, but this is the main line that they actually used to print, and everybody used to hang on their walls when you were young. They sold it at Deseret Book, and it has a Jewish star on it, the Star of David, on it, and inside that star, which I doubt was reprinted as it says in the original, from this line, kings will rule. And Shelly, you blew my mind. Thank you so much, because it made me look into this whole thing a little bit different. And I ran smack into so many rabbit holes that I went, whoa, how did I not know this? And why is the church keeping this quiet? Because they are postulating that, and they have done a huge DNA study, not just genealogy here. They're breaking into the DNA, and they have done this big study trying to rule out Joseph Smith's other children via backwards genealogy. This is Hugo A. Perego, is I believe how Perego, and he is.
On that note, that guy she just mentioned, Hugo Perego, that's the same guy who he was in bed with Rod Meldrum, the Heartlander, right? The Heartland theory. Rod Meldrum would be at these fireside chats and firesides that they would have at, like the Friday of the weekend, that they would do these conferences, these preparing a people conferences, these firm expo conferences, and so on and so forth. And even before then, even before Chad and Lori's time, they also did these before. And that's, I have a flyer with David Warwick's name on it right there next to Tom Harrison's name, and Avraham Gigliotti and Karen Preer. And they were the keynote speakers. They were the speakers, they were the, I guess, who everybody, like the highlight, the people everybody went to go see. So, I mean, they go on and on. They've been going on even before Lori and Chad's time with preparing a people that had just started. But I mean, it was just another umbrella type thing. Anyways. But this guy, this Perego guy, Hugo Perego, I remember all this. I have screenshots of all this work and the genealogy and the DNA, blah, blah, blah. It's wild how it's starting to just crash together. And I'm like, oh shit. Okay, so I need like a whiplash brace or something, a C-collar or whatever, because it gives me whiplash. I'm like, what?
IGG, investigative genealogy kind of deals, right?
Yep. Well, and this has gotten crazy because he has actually linked it and has it specifically to another king, and this checks out through DNA. He's also going around spouting like Fawn Bodie's book is trash and none of these kids were his, and I've proven it. And what he did is he went and got all the ancestors of all the Smiths that are on Hiram's side, because there's a lot on Hiram's side, and he asked permission and sent them all DNA kits, and I'm talking thousands of DNA kits. I can't even believe that they did this under the radar. Well, I can, but geez. I mean, you think that the Mormons would be out like, look, we are the champions, but no, that's not what happened. And I'm like, what? Why is this so quiet? And then it leads to this crazy story and a weird haplogroup, which makes Joseph even more special than Joseph already was, if that's even a possibility for the Mormons.
And this
So
pipes into Elder Ballard.
this is a
too, y'all.
haplogroup M222R1B. It is extremely rare and special. It is Irish. And I have to tell you, it leads to another story of a king called the Unial of the Nine.
I gotta look
And
that up.
this gets crazy. And I just went, you've got to be kidding. But in her genealogy, in Shelley's genealogy, which she nicely shared with me, as she is a descendant of Joseph Smith himself, it connects not only to Bill Gates, but it connects to Eleazar Wheelock of Dartmouth University.
Yeah.
Dun, dun, dun. Right. Okay. So I pulled this up. Just Dartmouth. Okay. This is where they say that Hiram Smith is, who went to Dartmouth, which is interesting because Hiram Smith, Joseph Smith, they were supposed to be poor people, right? Just these poor little boys who were Joseph Smith, who founded the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, would do treasure digging and magic and lower keys of Solomon, really is what it turned out to be practicing. So when we see Chad Daybell or the likes of Chad Daybell, it's not a far stretch to know what he was doing is the same thing that founder Joseph Smith was doing. So when they say they don't teach it, I just don't buy it, But here's some pictures. Like, this is DNA evidence, Rod Meldrum. Here, I remember watching this boring shit. This has been mind numbing. So it feels really full circle, I guess, for these things to make a full circle for me, like, oh my God, it's not just a waste of time. Errors of Rodney Meldrum, Book of Mormon, Geography, Lands. And here he is in a little video a long time ago. Let's watch this over here.
I'm standing here on the circular part of the Great Octagon. There's some really interesting things about this. This is being filmed actually from what is known as the Observatory Mound. The Observatory Mound, if you can see how this was arranged, you could stand on this mound right in front of me here and look up in this direction, and you would actually be able to look through the throat of this earthwork and be able to look right to where the moon would come up at its most northerly point. This entire structure is one of the largest, in fact, it is the largest earthwork on Earth.
Okay.
And it has been carbon dated to between 100 and 150 years after Christ, AD. The thing that's interesting about this is that this has been by archaeologists. Archaeologists will tell you that this area was a very sacred place. They believe that it was sacred because of several things. One of them is that they knew that there were right up towards the top of the octagon were some mounds that were excavated, and they found artifacts that came all the way from Yellowstone. Obsidian blades that came from Yellowstone. There were conch shells that came from the Gulf of Mexico, and copper that came all the way from the Keweenaw Peninsula up here in Michigan. And then also on the eastern border was mica from the Appalachian Mountains. They believe that this was a ceremonial center because if you take a look at these huge
ceremonial center, sounds like a mass sacrifice or something.
mounds, unlike
Altars,
most of the cities that were built by the Hopewells, these did not have the palisade of timbers on the top of them. And so they said, well, these were not for defensive purposes, but more for ceremonial purposes. Because of those artifacts and because of the fact that it didn't have any defensive structures, they also believe that that these were built in a time of great peace, when people were not worried about building fortifications for their own safety, but were more interested in building structures that helped them to understand and were related to their religion.
I remember hearing that Walmart is known for building their buildings or whatever on top of mounds. I don't know if that's true or not, but if it is, that's awful weird. And no wonder I feel weird the deeper I go into that story.
So this is a ceremonial center. Now, if this is
now, and I mean, this actually plays, I just realized this kind of plays into what Lori believed in, because she traveled to Independence, Missouri. You know, Audrey Baratero showed her the sites. Remember that? Her and Melanie Boudreaux traveled there. Lori did. And I mean, look, I ask a lot of questions, and Jason, he's my fiance, my person, you know, and we talk about things, and he's like, man, I can't shake the feeling that what if she brought some of Tylee's remains there? And I'm like, oh my God, you know, like that just sends me reeling sometimes. So Rod Meldrum is very, here, I'll show you. Well, it's almost finished. I mean, we're right here. So, and then I got to show you where you'll see.
If this geography is correct, this would be the land Bountiful. And this is the area in the Ohio River Valley, which would have been in this heartland geography. This is the land Bountiful area.
Well, do y'all feel smarter now? I do not. Anyways, okay, hold on. I got to throw you over to this one.
And we know basically what it's for.
Let me go back small screen.
And
hold on.
It is the most true book.
I just messed up by doing that. Okay. Well, look here. The name Hugo Prego is mentioned by Rodney Meldrum right here. This is John Miller right here. This is Mitt Romney's sister right here. This is, I forget her name, Catherine. This is Sean Little Bear. This is Thor Furoseth. This is Dean Sessions. And this is Jason Mao. This is a fireside for preparing a people with Jason Mao, Rod Meldrum, Dean Sessions, John Miller, and Little Bear, 2017. Arizona Fireside speakers panel for educational research purposes only. I put this material is intended for us to learn about the interreligious circle of interesting characters who were ultimately and allegedly close friends / affiliates of Chad and Lori Daybell. Let's see. That's back in my hashtagging days. Can you see? Seven Gather. Church of the Firstborn. Let's see. Okay. So let's listen to Rod Meldrum mention this name, because I believe this is part of the reason that this took so much flight with the murders of my family. Okay. Because these people were gaining credibility in their circle because they say they were backed by members of the Quorum of the 12. And so to me, when you have rumors like that, and then you have horrible murders like this, and then you find out more and more realistic, all the actual truth of the history of the church and its leaders, then it really starts to make sense into what happened and why these murders took place, in my opinion. So that's just me.
Which is something that would be very destructive to the claims of the Book of Mormon, talking about a group of Hebrews coming here. But now they're saying that as much as one.
Whoa. I just realized what he said. He said, which is something that would be very destructive to the claims of the Book of Mormon. Wow. They definitely don't. Let me back this up a little bit. A geneticist. Okay, hold on. That's Mike
DNA.
James.
Do you have any recent? Yes.
No, that's not.
In fact, I probably will do some of that tomorrow.
That's somebody else. But Mike and Nancy James are here.
DNA aspect of it. I'll just say this: that they're the if you've had an opportunity to take a look at LDS.org and look at the DNA.
Remember when Lori sent a text to Alex and said, hey, bub, go to this site, LDS.org. Anyways, I don't know what it was, but just reminded me of that.
Essay?
A DNA essay.
I'll just say this, that they're the
this is my first time going back over this.
Opportunity to take a look at LDS.org and look at the DNA essay. They're there are things that we've already been able to get a couple of changes made, but there needs to be some pretty serious changes made to the essay. Because
there need to be some pretty serious changes made to the essay. Because unbeknownst to the brethren, I don't have a better way to say this, but the individual who wrote the essay is a geneticist, but he's also very much an evolutionist. And he is leading the charge to convert the church to the belief in evolution. And the DNA essay has articles that are being referenced. The talk about men that were supposedly here long before Adam and Eve. And so there's some stuff with the universal model, which is Dean Sessions' his thing, that we can talk about that. But bottom line is that there's probably the most recent one. Well, it's not recent, but it's about 2 years ago. National Geographic came out with an article that says as much as 1/3 of Native Americans have Middle Eastern origins. For 15 years, they've been trying to tell us that all the Native American people are 100% Asian, which is something that would be very destructive to the claims of the Book of Mormon. Well, yeah, and it was, as it should be, about a group of Hebrews coming here. But now they're saying that as much as 1/3 of them do have 1/3 of Native Americans do have Middle Eastern origins, and that's just huge. But in the essay, they just kind of even just gloss over that. They don't even mention that because the person that's writing it, by the name of Hugo Prego, he's Italian. He's a very nice guy, but okay, so he's anti-Hugo. But he is, in fact, oh my gosh. He spoke about a year or so ago. Oh, shit. Okay, here we go. This is going to run into Roselle Hamblin. He spoke about a year or so ago what they call a transhumanist conference. Bum, bum, bum. Because like Roselle Anderson Hamblin Stevenson, those are all her last names. She worked for Mormon transhumanist, whatever. I don't know. It's a again, it's a shocker, right? A nonprofit organization. Shocker. She resigned from there around the time that she got arrested for allegedly SRAing her 4 daughters. I don't know how many daughters, but they have 4 daughters total. And some of them, if not all, are claiming that their parents were in these abuse rings, basically prostituting them out to other elite members, training them using hypnosis and abuse to do so, to shatter their minds so that they would compartmentalize the abuse, and they would, anyways, it's really dark shit, right? But it's interesting. I'm gonna look this transhumanist organization up while he talks, okay? I'm gonna let him stutter his way through it. Man, I'm gonna go back some.
What the early brethren understood and believed, and specifically as it relates to Joseph Smith and Oliver Cowdery. And if we can just get the First Presidency to agree to that one thing, which we are hoping is going to come in the next couple of weeks, possibly.
Okay.
Then it will pretty much set us all on a path that we can come as one, and we could sure use these scholars and their help and their knowledge and their understanding. These are not they are not people who are trying to be unfaithful to the church in any way, shape, or form. They're good men and good women who are doing the best that they can with the information they have, but they've been led down this particular path and they have a hard time adjusting to that. So I think that the good people, I can't wait to work with them. And my hope is that if we can get together as a group and as a team and as members of the church, we can move the Book of Mormon to the world. We've been trying to move it to the church because we've been trying to help the church understand the sacred nature of this covenant that God has made on this particular nation. And this nation is special, and there's something about this nation because of this covenant. And that's the long story short is that we're trying to become more one. But if they are not,
okay, do you hear? I mean, I hear all the one world government type talk here, and that's just disturbing to me. Hope is that we wait. Okay, I might have to back this all the way up, y'all. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna just start it at the beginning, okay? Just instead of taking all this time.
Just come up here.
and come up to the mic there, or we can do that, or this is kind of a really long cord on it here, so that might work it too. So is the plan that we have people just come up and ask questions about
I put a
to
better
the
resolution.
entire panel, or to a specific person, or just to whoever's holding
All
the
of
mic,
it.
or how do we
That's
want to
fine.
do this?
All of it. It's fine.
You can answer all for us, right?
What we thought we'd do is
Go get some more cobbler. You can take over.
There's more cobbler?
you can ask a question specifically if you want, but in general, I think it would be good to ask more general questions, and those that feel inspired or feel the spirit, they can answer. So just wave your hand, and Rod, you got to be a fair broker about it. No, he won't.
Again?
Repeat the. If they don't want to come up, then have you repeat the question.
Well, maybe we can start off by something that would stimulate some questions. So
Go ahead. Just one.
Okay, here we go.
Oh.
We got one right here.
I mean, and also that Tom Harrison was introduced to Rod Meldrum. No, Tom Harrison was introduced to I don't remember. I'll have to look it up. But it's like Ken Krogh, Tom Harrison, and Rod Meldrum. So it's those three, and I just have to figure out again who introduced who to who and why. Why do we think that? Because there's nothing now that I've read just that little bit to you just now, and I know just a little bit of the background. Like I didn't plan on going here today, but it reminded me of it. And I was like, oh yeah, well, I have that fireside chat, I have that uploaded to my channel. And so it's just like, it's starting to slam together now. And now that I know what I know now, looking back at this transcript and just what kind of the conversation is, I mean, it's like dripping with motive and ulterior motives, and which really driving behind the likes of Rod Meldrum, preparing a people, Mike, Nancy, James, Jason, Dean, Thor, Mitt Romney's sister, Pamela. I mean, all these people are here because they believe in this, right? Anyways.
We got a victim already.
I just want to know, I have 2 blankets and a coat. Does anyone need to borrow it?
All right. Okay, we're going to auction these two blankets and this coat off. So we're going to start off with a little bit of bigger more. Okay, we'll start off with $10. $10. Okay, just kidding.
You're just on the soul.
Okay. Yes, question.
Oh, bye, Deborah. Go to the mic.
We gotta flip it around so they can be facing us while they're asking the question, I guess.
Oh.
I know you.
Real quick. I did pull this part up. Oh, no. Sorry. Wrong screen. Damn it. I'm messing up. Where did it go? Oh, there it is. Okay. So this is the Mormon Transhumanist Association. This is where Roselle Stevenson worked. It's just interesting because that's something you normally don't see is Mormons believing in transhumanism. Or it reminds me of like the lady Tammy Lee, who took over as the CEO of Operation Underground Railroad, who was into pig parts and like transhumanism, basically. Okay, so anyways, resources, home. Let's see what are y'all about? Humanity transfigured. So when they say they don't believe in they're just so conservative in their belief system, but yet they're doing shit like this. Listen, like reincarnation, multiple mortal probation. Okay. Just think of those kind of little topics. Humanity transfigured. The Mormon Transhumanist Association promotes abundant flourishing through the compassionate use of science and technology. We explore the intersection of science, technology, and religion. We believe that human ingenuity is essential for positive outcomes, both for us and the biosphere. That the learning that comes from this process is necessary for our exaltation. And that the religious impulse is a core part of humanity that should be leveraged for good. Now, you can be the judge of whether you believe it's leveraged for good or for the betterment of their idea of the betterment of humanity, which in my opinion, it reeks of one world government, one world religion talk. Our affirmation lists additional beliefs. Oh, we're going to go to hit that too. We meet together, hold conferences, and promote awareness of these topics. We also foster dialogue between people of diverse backgrounds. Do they really? Do they though? I mean, do Utah people? No, I don't know. They seek to persuade secular people that religion and science are not mutually exclusive, and to persuade religious people, probably Mormon people, that science and technology are essential aspects of the divine. Well, that sounds like Hamblin. That's what he says, the divine. We encourage both of these audiences to engage with the world more wholeheartedly. Interesting. I'm going to have to come back and learn more in their library and their IRS tax exempt determination. You know, that would be interesting. Salt Lake City. Okay, let me look at this real quick. Affirmation. Golly. Adopted 2006. So interesting. Amended. Okay, whatever. Come to our meetups and you're likely to hear us share this affirmation during our opening exercises. All MTA members have agreed to support the affirmation, though they may do so in different ways and may differ on particular interpretations. The following text comes from they have a constitution. Okay. The Mormon Transhumanist Affirmation. 1. We are disciples of the gospel of Jesus Christ, which is to trust in, change toward, and fully immerse our bodies and minds in the role of Christ, to become compassionate creators. Creators, that's the key word there, as exemplified and invited by Jesus. Not through him, not in him. They only use his name, y'all. I'm sorry, but it's true. That's the only time you hear of Jesus is whenever they need to talk about it, or because you have to say the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. I'm just saying my experience. Number 2, we understand the gospel to be compatible with the complementary. This is interesting. I just stuttered, but this is interesting. We understand the gospel to be compatible with and complementary to many religions, and philosophies, particularly those who provoke strenuous pursuit of compassionate and creative exaltation. We seek the spiritual and physical exaltation of individuals and their anatomies, as well as communities and their environments, according to their wills, desires, and laws, to the extent they are not oppressive. Number 4, we believe that scientific knowledge and technological power are among the means ordained of God to enable such exaltation, including realization of diverse prophetic visions of transfiguration, immortality, resurrection, renewal of the world, and the discovery and creation of worlds without end. Number 5, we feel a duty to use science and technology according to wisdom and inspiration to identify and prepare for risks and responsibilities associated with future advances, and to persuade others to do likewise. Well, when it comes down to push, when push comes to shove, I mean, reading up on this NWO idea, it really sounds like you're going to just be forced into it, or you're going to suffer. Number 6, we practice our discipleship when we offer friendship that may be many in one. When we receive truth, let it come from whence it may. And when we send relief, consolation, and healing that raises each other together. I don't like that last sentence. It's stupid. Okay. I want to see the Constitution. The name of this organization shall be the Mormon Transhumanist Association, MTA, hereafter referred to as the Association. Interesting. Sounds like the group. The association legally shall be a 501c3 nonprofit organization. You know, don't you know? 3. Contact. The principal office of the association shall be located in the state of Utah, United States of America. The association shall publish and maintain email, website, and postal mail addresses. In general, this is the purpose, okay? The purpose of the association shall be to promote the Transhumanist Declaration and the Mormon Transhumanist Affirmation. Section 2, this is the Declaration of the Transhumanist. Humanity stands to be profoundly affected by science and technology in the future. We envision the possibility of broadening human potential by overcoming aging. Oh, shit. Oh, God. Ain't y'all been doing that? Now you just want to have a tax exempt status, another tax exempt status to do your achrome shit. Okay, because I'm over it. I'm fucking over it. Oh, that just pissed me off. It's a slippery slope, y'all. Okay. Humanity stands to be profoundly affected by science and technology in the future. We envision the possibility of broadening human potential by overcoming aging, cognitive shortcomings, involuntary suffering, and our confinement to planet Earth. We believe that humanity's potential is still mostly unrealized. There are possible scenarios that lead to wonderful and exceedingly worthwhile enhanced human conditions. We recognize that humanity faces serious risks, especially from the misuse of new technologies. Well, you have to ask yourself, who out of just normal people are effing with new technologies? Okay. There are possible realistic scenarios that lead to the loss of most or even all of what we hold valuable. Some of these scenarios are drastic, others are subtle. Although all progress is change or progress. Okay. Not all change is progress. Okay. Research efforts need to be invested into understanding these prospects. We need to carefully deliberate how best to reduce risks and expedite beneficial applications. We also need forums where people can constructively discuss what should be done and a social order where responsible decisions can be implemented, not convincing, reduction of existential risks and development of means for the preservation of life and health. All those narcissists who are afraid to die, okay? Who think they're exalted and shit. Oh my God. Wow. For the preservation of life and health, the alleviation of grave suffering, and the improvement of human foresight and wisdom should be pursued as urgent priorities and heavily funded. Of course. And here we go. Policy making ought to be guided by responsible and inclusive moral vision. Let me clear my throat. Okay. Taking seriously both opportunities and risks, respecting autonomy, and individual rights, and showing solidarity with the concern for the interest and dignity of all people around the globe. We must also consider our moral responsibilities towards generations that will exist in the future. The ones you allow, you mean? We advocate the well-being of all sentients, including humans, non-human animals, and any future artificial intellects, modified life forms, or other intelligences to which technological and scientific advance may give rise. We favor, they spelled that with That's more like Canadian language. You know, when they put the OU together, like behavior, neighbor, favor. I'm just saying. Here it's just with an O, FAVOR. We favor allowing individuals wide personal choice over how they enable their lives. Huh. This includes use of techniques that may be developed to assist memory, concentration, and mental energy. Quit sucking all ours. Life extension therapies, reproductive choice technologies, cryonic procedures, and many other possible human modification and enhancement technologies. This is so fucking disturbing. Mormon transhumanist affirmation. We are disciples of, I already read all this. Yeah, I just read all that before. Members, section 1, designations. Members of the association shall be of two classes: a basic member, an individual who wishes to be identified with and promote the purpose of the association, and then the voting member, a basic member who qualifies to vote in elections and other acts of the members. Qualifications. A basic member, support the Transhumanist Declaration. B, support the Mormon Transhumanist Affirmation. You must sustain it, basically. Voting member, qualify as a basic member, or B, contribute annual dues as determined by the board of directors. I'd love to see who those people are. Students, unemployed, retired, and residents of developing nations may contribute reduced annual dues as determined by the board of directors or an in-kind whatever donation approved by the board of directors. Duties of a basic member: promote the purpose of the association. Duties of a voting member: promote the purpose of the association and participate in elections and other acts of the members. Directors number: the association shall have 9 effing directors, and collectively they shall be known as the board of directors. 6 of the directors shall be elected by the board of directors, BD, whatever, and 3 of the directors shall be elected by the voting membership. Qualifications: directors shall be at least 24 and shall be voting members in good standing with the association. Powers. Subject to the provisions of law and this Constitution relating to action required or permitted to be taken or approved by the voting members, the activities and affairs of the association shall be conducted, and all organizational powers shall be exercised by or under the direction of the board of directors. Duties: perform. So this is what the directors do. They perform any and all duties imposed on them collectively or individually by law or by this Constitution. They appoint and remove, employ and discharge, and accept or otherwise provided in this Constitution, prescribe the duties and fix the compensation, if any, of compensation of all officers, agents, and employees of the association. Supervise all officers, agents, and employees of the association to assure that their duties are performed properly, and they should meet at such times and manner as required by this Constitution. They should also register their email and physical addresses with the secretary, and notices of meetings emailed to them shall be valid notices thereof. Term. Oh God, they have terms. Jesus. I don't want to read all this. Let's see. 2 of the 6 BD elected directors shall be up for election each year, and the election will take place during the first scheduled board of directors meeting following the conclusion of the VM, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Meetings, let's see. They have a quorum. I'll be damned. Wow. I'm smoking my cigarette. Directors, this is compensation. Directors shall serve without compensation, except, and there's always an except, right? Or a but, that are a reasonable fee may be paid to directors for attending regular and special meetings, special meetings of directors. In addition, they shall be allowed reasonable advancement for or reimbursement of expenses incurred in the performance of their duties, right? Meetings shall be held via email and other electronic fora, and all business will be conducted online. Meetings shall be conducted in an ongoing fashion, stopping before the election of a new board of directors and resuming after the election of each new board of directors. Directors shall be elected by the voting members using electronic balloting. Don't they rig them anyways? I'm just saying. Quorum. A quorum for online meetings of the board of directors shall exist if 2/3 of the directors are receiving their email and have not informed the president or secretary that they will be unable to read their email for the specified period, except as otherwise provided under this Constitution or provisions of law. No business shall be considered by the board of directors at any meeting which the required quorum is not receiving their email. What sounds like a bunch of bullshit. A bunch of bullshit. Voting. I don't feel like reading it. 66.66. Conduct. Yeah. Vacancies. Non-liability. You know it. Indemnification. Insurance. Officers. Okay. I don't feel like doing all this. This is long. I didn't realize how I didn't plan on doing any of this. So I'm just going to grab the link. You are more than welcome. And I too am going to be looking at this whenever we're done. So I know what my rabbit holes are going to consist of. There it is, right there on the screen too. Let me scooch up. Christ and transhumanism. That's interesting. Jesus exemplified servant leadership. That's the role of Christ in transhumanism. He invited his disciples. They don't even capitalize the H. So there you go. To follow his example of service and sacrifice. This commitment to emulate the highest virtues of which we can conceive and seek after godliness aligns well with the transhumanist commitment to overcome human shortcomings. You mean life, to be a creator. And this is in quotes. This is from John 13:34-35. A new command I give you, love one another as I have loved you. So you must love one another. By this, everyone will know that you are my disciples if you love one another. A person filled with the love of God is not content with blessing their family alone, but ranges through the whole world. Yet they tell Chad, you can't bless other people. You're not qualified, Anxious to bless the whole human race. Joseph Smith. The title Christ and his invitation. Christ is a title that means the anointed, someone set apart for a special purpose. Christ is an honorific title, not a surname. We use it because we recognize Jesus as someone set apart with a special purpose too. Y'all don't even recognize that because his blood wasn't enough, y'all don't believe that. You do not. Sorry. Wow. Jesus as someone set apart with a special purpose, and get this, to overcome all obstacles that stand between humanity and God. Mormon ritual goes so well together. But anyways, also includes an anointing. Is this a secret second anointing? A process whereby faithful participants are explicitly reminded of the covenant, of their potential to progressively become like God. That's what that is, y'all. Sorry. It is what it is. That's what that means. Quote, that is what he, now they want to capitalize it, did during his mortal life. It is what he would be doing if he were living among us today. Oh God. Whatever. And it is what we should be doing as his disciples and members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. And this is a man, anyways, as another apostle. As we emulate his perfect example, our hands can become his hands, our eyes, his eyes, our heart, his heart. Elder Dieter Uchtdorf. There's that one. Jesus invites his followers to take on the name of Christ. To take the name Christ, his title and his role. Christian disciples set themselves apart for the purpose of participating in Christ's work and mission. Isn't this what Lori and Chad did? We do this as we work together to overcome obstacles that stand between humanity and God. Now you're just repeating yourself. This may be as simple as befriending a neighbor, learning CPR, or saying, quote unquote, I'm sorry. Well, why don't you tell your fucking church that? They don't apologize. Sorry. It may also include improving treatments for diseases, expanding our moral vision, or ethically extending technological or biological abilities to alleviate suffering, increase sustainability, and extend life. Remember, you know that guy, Brian Johnson, I think his name is, or something, where he's like having his children's blood, like blood transfusion, like he's to stay younger or whatever. I don't know what it's called. Anyways, I've just seen a little bit of him. I saw him on an interview too. It may also include improving treatments for diseases, expanding our moral vision. Did I already say that? No. Or ethically extending technological or biological abilities to alleviate suffering, increase sustainability, and extend life. Yeah, I did. These are all central aims of transhumanism. But behold, that which is of God inviteth and enticeth to do good continually. Wherefore, everything which inviteth and enticeth to do to do good and to love God and to serve him is inspired of God. Moroni 7:13. In other words, to join God and help others do the same. Transhumanism is the ethical use of science and technology to expand human abilities and minimize suffering. The role of Christ, the role he plays as Savior and Redeemer, it's not a role. It's not like a little play you put in like y'all do in the temple. Okay? It's not that. That's the fantasy, y'all. I believe. That's where it begins. And Redeemer and the role he asks us, God asks us to share this with you. Okay, that's what they're saying. This means that the role of Christ is something that can be emulated not just by religious Christians, but by non-Christians and even secular people. What? I've never even heard this name on here. If anyone swear by Tosh and keep their oath for the oath's sake, it is by me that they have truly sworn, though they know it not. And it is I who reward them. And if anyone do a cruelty in my name, then though they say the name Aslan, it is Tosh whom they serve, and by Tosh their deed is accepted. C.S. Lewis. Okay. I don't even know what that means, y'all. And so I'll end on this with this. We'll go back to the fireside. Discussion questions. How do the aims of transhumanism overlap and align with the aims of Christ? What are the benefits, dangers of assuming, neglecting responsibilities to take on the mission and role of Christ? Okay. What do they got to do to be God? How do you interpret John 14:12? What does it mean to, quote, do even greater things, unquote, than Jesus did? Greater things than Jesus did. What does it mean to you to take on the name of Christ? Oh my God. Where do you draw the line between Jesus's role in overcoming death and sin and our own role? Oh my God. What are the benefits / dangers of bringing transhumanism and work of Christian discipleship, including the work of Christ himself, into conversation? And lastly, how might one strive to emulate Christ in a non-religious sense? That's effing disgusting. Which little angel wings in your wheels? Oh my God. I'm done. I don't know. I knew about the transhumanism. It's just a word that I'm just like, whatever, I got to research all these other things. So it's not one that I had marked off on my list, but then knowing that Roselle Hamblin worked there, then she resigned from it whenever, her ass was getting called out and exposed. It just made me think and just the little things. It's like I collect them and I don't even know I'm collecting it. And I'm just like, okay. And then anyways, I don't know. I just kind of bring them together. It's just, I don't like it. Let me put this in the chat again. they're not even trying to be like Christ. They're trying to be Christ. I love your video, by the way. Good job, girl. Good job. Okay, let me go back to, all right, 1 hour and 45 minutes right now. Let me go back to here. I got to switch my aspect, I think. Oh, back to Rodney. Oh, Rodney Meldrum. All right. Now that I know what transhumanism, and now maybe you didn't know about it either. We learned together. And so let's listen to this, knowing that.
You've done a lot of work with the evidence of the Book of Mormon. And I was wondering if the BYU studies have come in a little bit more to your side of understanding, or are they still?
Are the BYU studies coming to your side?
Kind of holding their South American story.
Okay, that's an excellent question. And just a quick answer to that. Last year, we actually had an opportunity to take 38 of the top administration people in the church from every department of the church, from the missionary department, coalition, CES.
Missionary department. That's where Tom Harrison and Ken Crow both work for the church.
The film department and so forth. And then we also had 10 of the top Mesoamerica scholars with us, and then about 10 of us Heartlanders, as we are now called. Yeah, Heartlanders. Yeah, and we took a 4-day tour and took out everybody back to see these amazing evidences of the Book of Mormon, specifically around the Columbus, Ohio area, basically the Land Bountiful area.
Well, they used to think the Mesoamerican is where they were saying that Christ was going to come back, basically, I think. And then, like, so the Heartland theory is that Christ is going to come back to America. Okay. So there's that. That's Rodney Meldrum there. That's what we're doing.
And the people in the church administration were blown away. The vast majority of them thought that it was just absolutely incredible. Those who are of the Mesoamerica persuasion, who have been involved with that for many years, were, well, I don't know any other way to say it, but basically they're entrenched. And I don't think that anything short of a decree from the first presidency, and maybe not even that,
Me too,
would budge them from their positions. This is unfortunate, because we were hoping that there would be more unity, that God has told us that if you're not one, you're not mine. And in this one area, we are not one. And we're hoping to be able to bring it closer together. It actually has helped a lot, because they have looked upon those of us involved with the Book of Mormon research as being.
I was. I just realized that. When he said he said, we were hoping that there would be more unity, that God has told us that if you're not one, you're not mine. And in this one area, we are not one. And we're hoping to be able to bring it closer together. Okay.
Would budge them from their positions. This is unfortunate, because we were hoping that there would be more unity, that God has told us that if you're not one, you're not mine. And in this one area, we are not one. And we're hoping to be able to bring it closer together. It actually has helped a lot, because they have looked upon those of us involved with the Book of Mormon research as being kind of out there, non-academic and so forth, and kind of wild-eyed crazies out there, and I think that they realize that we're not. We are trying to hold to Joseph Smith and Oliver Cowdery and the prophecies in the Book of Mormon. And so, are we making a difference? I think that we are. We are seeing more and more. I'll just put it, leadership in the church, but not necessarily the leadership among the Mesoamerica advocates. I think that some of them will probably go down with the ship. I don't know any other way to say
Pull
that.
that up, so-
You know,
Hold
that they're just going to become less and less believed until finally, you know, they may go to their graves believing that the Book of Mormon happened in Central America, but
that's what they believe.
everyone else is going to be moving on.
Do you think one of the big reasons is because it's hard to let go of what they believed for so long that well, who built those? Who built the Mayan?
Yeah. The question is you know, do you want to just restate that how you want to say it so everybody can hear it?
Well, I understand that, you know, usually in our day and age, we think we have so much information, but we have so much disinformation and lies. We're promoted. There's so many lies promoted in our society about every aspect of life that most people, when they hear truth, it's more fiction than, you know, the truth is more fiction than the lie. And most people have a hard time believing truth because of that very thing. And so what I was wondering is because these people have studied the history of South America so much and so entrenched in that teaching or philosophy that maybe they can't let go of it in order to accept something else because they're so entrenched in it, and it's just like, well, that can't be true. It's too far fetched, you know.
Yeah, it's hard to know exactly what people's motives are for, you know, for clinging on to outmoded or outdated information. But I'm not going to be one to to say what their motives are, because I've had my motives questioned a lot as well. You know,
still question them in 2025 right here from Lake Charles, Louisiana. Boo. Yeah. So I pulled this up to better explain what the so the Mesoamerican and the Heartland theories are two of the most prominent and often competing geographical models proposed by members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints to explain where the events of the Book of Mormon took place. The core of the conflict lies in their fundamental assumptions about the book's setting. Proposed location: Mesoamerican thinks ancient Mesoamerica, southern Mexico, and Central America. The Heartland theory: they believe the heartland of the United States, the Midwest and Eastern U.S., particularly the Great Lakes region. The key proponent, John L. Sorensen, is for the Mesoamerican, is a key academic proponent. Rod Meldrum is the main popularizer of the Heartland theory. Logic and evidence. This theory on Mesoamerican is based on a limited geography model where the events of the Book of Mormon occurred in a relatively small confined area. Proponents argue that archaeological finds, like the Olmec and Maya civilizations, correspond to the descriptions in the Book of Mormon, particularly with regards to stone structures, warfare, and writing systems. They believe the, quote, narrow neck of the land, unquote, is the isthmus of, I cannot say that. Okay, so Rod and the Heartland theory is based on the idea of the Book of Mormon lands are located where Joseph Smith and other early church leaders lived and explored. Proponents cite statements from Joseph Smith about the ancient inhabitants of the area, like the mound builders, which, I mean, gotta think, y'all, like this goes hand in hand with Julie Road, Chad Daybell, Lori, Tom. They all about the ancient. They say when you hear ancient or the founding fathers, you should like do a triple take. Inhabitants of the area, like the mound builders, and connect the geography of the Book of Mormon to major American landmarks like the Mississippi River as the River Sidon or whatever, and the Great Lakes as the seas. And so the Mesoamericans believe, adherents to this view believe there are two hills Cumorah, the one in New York where Joseph Smith found the plates, and the one in Mesoamerica where the final battles took place. The prophet Moroni, they suggest, traveled with the plates to New York. Proponents of Rod Meldrum's Heartland theory maintain that there is only one hill Cumorah, which is the hill in Palmyra, New York. They believe this is the location of the final battles described in the book. Key points of contention: geography and scale. The Mesoamerican theory posits a limited geography because the travel times and distances mentioned in the text are relatively short. These are basically what all the preparing of people, though, in the Firm Foundation Firm Expo, that people go and talk about all this stuff. That's what I'm saying. It's like, it's crazy. It's boring. A journey that takes a few days, for instance, would fit within the compact geography of Mesoamerica, but would be an improbably short distance in the vast U.S. heartland. The heartland theory, on the other hand, often requires reinterpreting the definitions of bodies of water. For example, suggesting that a large river like the Mississippi is the West Sea mentioned in the text. And that's on Fair Latter-day Saints. So there you go. The Hill Cumorah. This is the central point of conflict. Many Latter-day Saint scholars who support the Mesoamerican theory believe that the Book of Mormon describes a hill of final destruction in the land of Cumorah, which is distinct from the Hill Cumorah in New York, where Joseph Smith found the plates. This is often called the two Cumorahs theory. I never heard that till today. Heartland theorist and Rod Meldrum in particular reject this idea, insisting on a single literal hill Cumorah in New York, as this aligns with early Latter-day Saint tradition and modern prophetic statements. I don't want to read all this, man. Okay, last thing. I'll read it. Archaeological and historical evidence. Mesoamerican theorists cite extensive archaeological evidence of complex societies, advanced stone structures, and writing systems that match the descriptions in the Book of Mormon. Okay, well, I mean, think about it. Joseph Smith translated plates using seer stones. Okay. Goggles or whatever. They're both wrong, in my opinion. Okay. Heartland theorists, in turn, point to the extensive mound building cultures of the eastern U.S. and some early traditions from Joseph Smith to support their view. The debate often involves interpretations of limited evidence and how it aligns with the Book of Mormon text. It's important to note that the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, of course, has no official position on Book of Mormon geography. The church urges members to focus on the book's spiritual message rather than speculating on its specific location. That's interesting because it just is. I forgot what it was. Okay, that's how much. It's crazy. I mean, oh yeah, I will be like Nephi, right? She did. Lori did focus on that.
This for this reason or that reason, that reason, and it's funny how often they're not right. I mean, it's they have no idea what's in my heart or why I'm doing this, and the same courtesy, I would say that in getting to know some of them, I hate to say this like an us and a them thing. It really isn't. The way I look at it, we're on the same team. We are all priesthood holders. We are all members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. And we're just trying to decide whether we're going to go, if we relate it to the football game, are we going to go up the middle or are we going to go around the end? But while we're sitting here arguing back and forth,
what the hell? Right,
the other team is taking it down the field.
Robbie.
And our youth
Arizona.
are paying a tremendous price because of this. And because of this one area, it reminds me of how there was so much confusion in the early days of the church and how people had all these different ideas about religion. They were all using the same book. And we have over 150 different geography ideas. And the world is laughing because they're saying, well, at least the Bible, even though we don't, a lot of the world doesn't believe the Bible either. They say, at least you can point to some places and say, well, okay, here's, there was Jerusalem, there was these other places, right? Show us one place in the Book of Mormon. And we are making a concerted effort right now to identify and to get to the highest levels of the church that the Hill Cumorah is the actual Hill Cumorah of the Book of Mormon. There is no two Hill Cumorahs.
Okay, so that's a goal right there. He just said in 2017, there was and we are making a concerted effort right now to identify and to get to the highest levels of the church that the Hill Cumorah is the actual Hill Cumorah of the Book of Mormon. There is no two Hill Cumorahs. And that will pretty much end the discussion and new research by Jonathan Neville, who, is also name dropped in my family's case, the murder cases and the missing kids case. Sean Little Bear contacted my parents early on, y'all. My mom has a recorded conversation with Melanie Gibb, and I just need her to find it. She told me about it, and then she hasn't been able to locate it ever since. And I'm like, oh, how can you do that to me, Kay? Mom, like what? I need that. I'd love to hear Melanie Gibb unfiltered, and it's not released in any of the, we're a one-party state here. Oh, look, he Illuminatian right there. Oh, Sean, medicine man. Sorry. I'm just saying, like, Jonathan Neville's name was part of that was, given to my parents. It's one of the names. Crazy.
And that will pretty much end the discussion. And new research by Jonathan Neville and others have to help to flesh out what the early brethren understood and believed, and specifically as it relates to Joseph Smith and Oliver Cowdery. And if we can just get the First Presidency to agree to that one thing, which we are hoping is going to come in the next couple of weeks, possibly.
So they were planning on reaching the very top of the echelon in the Mormon Church. And isn't it funny? It's 2017. Then 2018 is when Chad and Lori, I believe, were involved in a secret anointing, second anointing. I believe the church matched them up bloodline wise. For what, I don't know. But why did they practice polygamy back in the day and then say they weren't doing it anymore? You think they really stopped? I really want to know. Do y'all really think that it was stopped, or do you think it went underground? The practice of polygamy, because I believe that is at the heart of my family's case.
Then it will pretty much set us all on a path that we can come as one, and we could because we could sure use these scholars and their help and their knowledge and their understanding. These are not they are not people who are trying to be unfaithful to the church in any way, shape, or form. They're good men and good women who are doing the best that they can with the information they have, but they've been led down this particular path and they have a hard time adjusting to that. So I think that the good people, I can't wait to work with them. And my hope is that
I find it really hard to believe that somehow through maybe a shell organization or something, how are these people not backed by the church in some way, shape, or form? You know what I'm saying? It's always like a couple degrees of separation. The church is not dumb. That's how they're almost $1 trillion church.
If we can get together as a group and as a team and as members of the church, we can move the Book of Mormon to the world.
Oh no.
We've been trying to move it to the church because we've been trying to help the church understand the sacred nature of this covenant that God has made on this particular nation. This nation is special, and there's something about this nation because of this covenant. And the long story short is that we're trying to become more one. But if they are not, don't want to become one, then we just have to move forward with the truth, because ultimately the truth is what matters the most.
It'll set you free, Rodney Meldrum. Carolina, yes, the second anointing would have had, if it was, Lori and Chad were sealed this way, which Chad Daybell writes about it in his James and Elena story, which is disgusting. But I'm just saying, he talks about being across from Elena, which is Lori. I don't know if those were their temple names that they were given, but we have it corroborated by the FBI who testified to the fact that Lori and Chad were at the temple at the same time in Mesa, Arizona. They had their temple recommend cards or whatever. And so they did swipe in together on November 16th, 2018, which was actually a Friday. I want to say, let me look it up again real quick. Let me just check myself. Thank y'all for hanging. I know it's boring, but it's kind of not. It's not to me because it's answering a bunch of questions. Okay, November 16th was a Saturday. No, that's 2019. What the hell? 2018. So it was oh shit. No. Okay, I was like, oh my God, it was a Sunday. No. November 16th, 2018, when Lori and Chad were sealed in the temple. It was a Friday. So where it doesn't corroborate with the second anointing is that second anointings are secret. They don't elaborate on these things. They don't even acknowledge these things publicly because they're secret. Okay. And the fact that they even do this anyways is disturbing in my opinion. And so for somebody who has no, what I believe are morals to be doing this, even separate from your own general membership in your church, and you have your regular church that everybody goes to. That's for the regular members. Then you have those who double down and really want to devote their life to Christ, like Lori thought maybe she was doing. And then once they do that, that becomes in my opinion, a closed off secret society. They take oaths. This covenant thing comes in. It's a blood oath, basically. And so they used to say in the temple ceremony, before all the satanic panic, which they labeled anyways, that they take a blood oath that they would slit their throats and disembowel themselves or whatever, or be disemboweled. Yeah. So it gives to me, like, if this did happen, if they were sealed, it would have had to have been invited. Like Lori and Chad would have had to have been invited by the president of the Mormon Church today, which at that time, President Nelson had just, basically he hadn't been a prophet that long. So he would have had to have handpicked or approved of their union. Okay. But that would also mean that they would have had to have known that they were sealed to other people. And it's like, how do you get truth out of somebody who's does shit like this? Look, I made this, y'all. Don't laugh. It doesn't make President Nelson's voice, but this one might not even have the voice. that's Brenda and Dick Miles, and that's President Nelson. AI form. AI. Watch him. Watch Dick Miles' face. Oh. I was like, whoa, this is pretty accurate. Anywho, let's see if it'll do it. This might be the one with the sound.
There are some difficult decisions ahead.
Okay. That's what I do in my spare time. Anyways. What else? I've been going over this stuff too. Wait. Just about Masons and Mormon Masons and all that jazz. It's interesting stuff. Explains a lot of things. But yeah, so they would have had to have been invited or approved of by the Mormon prophet, and they would have had to have, taken this covenant, taken the oath, and they in this ceremony, y'all, specifically, I've looked all this stuff up. I've got videos on it. I've done all this. I'm trying to get over here. So whenever one goes through that actual secret ceremony, the second anointing, you are exalted. You become a woman becomes a priestess, a goddess. A queen, priestess, and a goddess, and a man becomes a priest, king, and a god. You're exalted. So when Lori says that she saw Jesus in the temple, it's a dog whistle, in my opinion, saying to other people who they recruit after that. It makes you look like you're starting a cult, right? Another reason for the church to be able to be like, nope. And I think this has happened many times over and over and over again. And that's why there's so many offshoots. Okay. That's just my theory. And it makes sense. You're exalted. You're a goddess. So when she says she saw Jesus in the temple, that's just a dog whistle. She did not actually see Jesus in the temple, right? Which one am I going to believe? That she saw Jesus? No. Okay. Cuckoo. Is she delusional? Absolutely. She is so delusional. It's not even funny, but is it a little bit of both? She did not see Jesus. That's a dog whistle to other potential recruits. And also, she has to stick to that story. Chad does too, because they will get murked in the prison. Okay, I think. All right, so get back to old Rodney.
Okay, here we go. That's a long explanation, but anyway.
Can you give us some latest detail on the
Give us
DNA?
some.
Do you have any recent?
Yes, in fact, I probably will do some of that tomorrow. But as far as the DNA aspect of it, I'll just say this: that if you've had an opportunity to take a look at LDS.org and look at the DNA essay.
Speaking of essay,
there are things that we've already been able to get a couple of changes made, but there needs to be some pretty serious changes made to the essay. Because unbeknownst to the brethren, I don't know how a better way to say this, but the individual who wrote the essay is a geneticist, but he's also very much a evolutionist, and he is leading the charge to convert the church to the belief in evolution. And the DNA essay has articles that are being referenced that talk about men that were supposedly here long before Adam and Eve.
And God
so
forbid,
there's some
right?
stuff with the universal model that we can talk about that. But bottom line is that there's probably the most recent one. Well, it's not recent, but it's about 2 years ago. National Geographic came out with an article that says that as much as 1/3 of Native Americans have Middle Eastern origins. And for 15 years, they've been trying to tell us that all the Native American people are 100% Asian, which is something that would be very destructive to the claims of the Book of Mormon, talking about
So what you going to do? Control it?
Hebrews coming
The
here.
information? Change it?
But now they're saying that as much as 1/3 of them do have Native American, 1/3 of Native Americans do have Middle Eastern origins, and that's just huge. But in the essay, they just kind of even just gloss over that. They don't even mention that because the person that's writing it is by the name of Ugo Prego. He's Italian. He's a very nice guy, but he is, in fact, he spoke about a year or so ago at what they call the Transhumanist Conference. And bottom line is that he is open advocate that we all came from lower life forms and that God directed evolution, and that's how we ended up here, which I believe is in direct contradiction to the scriptures and the prophets who continuously and always have maintained that we are made in the image of God, and that he placed Adam and Eve here as the first men and women on this earth. And we just have to decide, are we going to believe God, or are we going to believe the world and the scholars? I've already made my choice. I believe God. So there we go. Yeah.
So
Just don't believe in him.
For other people in it.
Yeah, so last night, or 2 days ago, we flew Sean in early, but I didn't really know why, other than it was a better flight. But my sister had the idea down in Yuma to have him go speak with some of the Native American tribes down there, and her friend actually has a directive from her state president. 2 of them are called to do this, and so he was going to go over 6 mandates last night that we were so tired we were falling asleep at the table. But I wanted him just to maybe give that a little bit of that, the 6 mandates of the commandments and things that will kind of help with what he's going to speak about tomorrow, and save some for tomorrow.
Well, I can let Rod answer my question for me if he feels so inclined. Well, the 6 mandates are for each and every individual that is a baptized member and baptized into the kingdom of God on earth. It stems from the mandate not the purpose. We know the purpose of the Book of Mormon. We know why it's here. And we know basically what it's for. And it is the most true book on the face of the earth. But most people don't know the actual mandate, what its mandate is for this world. We know that we can use it individually as its purpose, to help us in our personal salvation, to help us progress and grow and go back to the presence of our Heavenly Father. But what is the Book of Mormon's actual physical mandate? The physical mandate for the Book of Mormon was told in Joseph Smith's day, why he is to bring it forth. And as far as Native Americans in our perspective, we understand that those golden plates that were placed into the ground, they weren't planted, they were stored like seeds, to be planted at a future day.
Keep on.
And they would be planted through time. So when Moroni and Mormon, who basically condensed the plates from all the stories that were here upon this covenant land, they put them onto gold-plated writings. And they projected them forward toward the people of today.
Projected.
And they stored them in the hill Cumorah in a special place by themselves. The other records were in a different place. Now, the reason why that was because those special plates were to come through time and come forth at a time when the world needed those plates to be planted as seeds in the minds of the children of men. And what would grow from those seeds is what the Lord talked about. By their fruits ye shall know them. When those seeds are planted within you, if you don't work the plan, if you don't keep going back and finding out more and more and more, you're not watering what's growing. You're not fertilizing what's growing. You're not weeding what's growing. You're not pruning. You're not doing what you need to do to tend to what is growing so it can produce good fruit. That's the way that Native Americans viewed those golden books. They are seeds to be planted in this day. And now we see them growing and we see the fruits thereof. So when people come to the conference and they don't know what it's about, this is what we are presenting them as speakers, as people who have a little bit more knowledge, and God said, share it. Share it with your fellow man. Tell them what this is about. Clue them in, but don't spoon feed them. Give them just enough where it'll light a fire under them, and they'll go out and seek the truth. The mandate of the Book of Mormon in 1830 was to heal a ruined and broken world. That's its mandate. That was in 1830. So project that forward to 2017. If the world then was ruined and broken, what is it today? So there are 6 mandates for each and every one of the saints. You know the top 3.
No, sure.
Preach my gospel, redeem the dead, strengthen the saints. The following 3 reinforce those. Preach my gospel is now preach my gospel to the 4 corners of the earth. There is no place on the earth that the gospel will not reach and penetrate before our Savior comes. And this has been prophesied long ago. And the doors are now opening to each and every country. Because the people within those countries, they want it. So preach my gospel and preach my gospel to the four corners of the earth. And like the medicine wheel says, to all the four colors of the earth. The second, redeem the dead. To the individual, it is redeem your bloodline. If you have the means, and the Lord knows, He knows your heart, get a temple recommend. Go to the temple. Redeem your bloodline. That is one of your major mandates.
Was Lori doing this?
The other, strengthen the saints. It is now strengthened all of the saints all over the world, because this is a worldwide everything that the Lord is doing. It's His marvelous work and wonder. And not only are we to strengthen the saints all over the world, we are to strengthen all the people that we can help out. Those that are affected by these disasters, those that are affected by these natural things that happen.
They're the
And we
responsible.
hear about them in the news all the day long. Earthquakes and hurricanes and tornadoes, all these floods and tsunamis, all these forest fires that are happening and things burning up all over the world. Our brothers and sisters, they need us. And they need us to give. Because we don't need our toys. We don't need the latest car, the latest ATV, the latest snowmobile. What we need is to help our brothers and sisters. If not here among us, all over the world. So these are the 6 mandates for those who call themselves the saints of the Most High God. Redeem the dead. Redeem your bloodline. Preach His gospel. Preach it to the four corners of the earth. Strengthen the saints. Those are the saints around you. Strengthen your brothers and sisters all over the world. Those are the 6 mandates that are put forward for each and every saint today. And if you don't know them, write them down. Because the Lord's going to say, hey, you heard about it. I heard about it because Little Bear told you at that camp, at that ranch. And what are you saying? You didn't know about him. I sent you somebody to tell you. So now you know.
Oh my gosh. Okay, I've been looking for something. I'm so sorry. They drone on and on and on. I know. But this, I've been wanting to show you all this, and I just found it. It took me a hot minute to find it. This is about gaslighting and how they do this in the church. It's very compelling.
Removing it from the newspaper in front of his computer screen, I think it is. Or maybe it's probably actually going through hard copies because it's written in the 30s. Going through newspapers, finding anything that contradicts the current government's line, removing it from the newspaper and putting it down the chute that takes it down to the incinerator.
Yeah.
Yeah, he says
you just
he
changed
he's
history.
bad actors.
It's really weird that you tell that story because there was something similar that happened in the church in 1984. In 1984, there was a general authority by the name of Ronald Pullman. And Ronald Pullman gave a beautiful talk. It was probably, I'm guessing by the way I understand the history, it was one of the favorite talks of conference. And what he did in that talk was he separated the gospel from the church. And he said people who were nailing the gospel, who were doing a good job of it, they didn't need the church. The church was only there to help those of us who couldn't live the gospel. And so what happened was the church wasn't very happy with his message. And they ended up sending him back into the conference center. They rewrite his talk.
Tabernacle.
Yes, the tabernacle, because there was no conference center yet. They rewrote his talk. He goes back up to the pulpit. They clip out sections of his original talk to use for his new talk. Then he would put in new sections. He would say them over again, but it would be very different. and they would insert a cough track
I do too. You do
and
that.
other noises into the track so that it sounded legitimate. And then that, when you got your VHS tape of General Conference, that was the talk you got. So if you had heard Ronald Pullman originally, and
This is basically what happened to a speech, a talk that was given at General Conference by this Pullman guy who was actually arrested before, I believe, if that's the same one, for solicitation, kind of like Barry Cox, I believe, allegedly. And so what they found out, and this blew my ever-loving mind when I first saw this, I was like, if this church actually did what these guys are saying, and it appeared so, I mean, I don't know who did it exactly, but what they did was this 1984 talk, they went back and they edited out words and put in new words. Gaslight. I mean, to the nth degree and by definition, like, so if I had seen this talk back in 1984, then I wouldn't have, when I come across it again, this new edited version that they did not disclose was edited, by the way, then I would be like, oh, well, that's not what I remember hearing. I thought he said this, but he actually said this other thing, So to me, that is like so deceptive and wrong, if so.
and then you loved the talk and you wanted to go back to revisit it, you'd be listening to it the second go around and you would be scratching your head and going like, this isn't how I remember it going. And you would think you're the one who's crazy. Maven, do you have Ronald Pullman's talk? Thank goodness for the
will now
internet.
be pleased to hear from Ronald E. Pullman of the First Quorum of the 70.
Now notice what happens here. Oh, this must be the actual original.
Yeah, we're going to put the other one next to it here in just a second.
My remarks this morning are directed primarily to those of you who have accepted the gospel and are members of the church, and to those of you who may be seriously contemplating such acceptance and membership.
So far, just the original.
Both the gospel of Jesus Christ and the church of Jesus Christ are true and divine. However, there is a distinction between them which is significant, and it is very important that this distinction be understood.
And there is an essential relationship between them that is significant and very important.
Of equal importance is understanding the essential relationship between the gospel and the church. Failure to distinguish between the two and to comprehend their proper relationship may lead to confusion and misplaced priorities, with unrealistic and therefore failed expectations. This in turn may result in diminished benefits and blessings, and in extreme instances, even disaffection.
Understanding the proper relationship between the gospel and the church will prevent confusion, misplaced priorities, and failed expectations, and will lead to the realization of gospel goals through happy, fulfilling participation in the church. Such understanding will avoid possible disaffection and will result in great personal blessings.
As I attempt to describe and comment upon some distinguishing characteristics
the essential relationship between
of the gospel and the church, noting at the same time their essential relationships, it is my prayer that a perspective may be developed which will enhance
the.
All right, let me pull that off.
Yeah, the amazing thing here is that by making these edits, what they did was they completely changed his talk 180 degrees from his original message. This wasn't just a little problem over here where he said conference center instead of the tabernacle, right? It's not a little tiny thing. His entire message was devoted to the idea originally that the church is there as sort of a means, a vehicle for establishing the gospel in the members' lives, and that members, through devotion to the gospel, will arrive at the point of maturity that they don't need the church anymore because
I don't
Oh,
know.
it's the black and white movie from YouTube, Gaslight.
Yeah,
1944.
where did I put that? Okay, sorry, 1 second.
Yeah, it's at the very top of the outline.
Yeah, I thought I put that already, like had it ready for the stream, but I did not.
You know, this must be the 1942 version. That's why you didn't like it so well.
What is it?
I've just noticed something. If you put it right when I'm not looking, I will say no more about it.
What's the matter? I don't understand. Paul, don't turn your back on me.
Look on the wall behind you.
Picture, it's gone again.
Yes.
Okay, so there's that. I'm sorry, I was muted too, so y'all didn't hear me whenever I was changing things over. Apologize for that. Anyways, all right, let me shut this one down. I believe the church does gaslight quite a bit. Okay, hold on. Got a couple of windows open here. Tabs. Okay. I'm looking for it. Let's see. Okay, back to, I'm just going to go back to this, okay? Look, Huggy Bear was there. Hey, Huggy Bear.
I'm going to drop my mic that I don't have in my hand. But yeah.
So
I know the Wheelhawks, they're a
ourselves,
society.
I'm sorry, to refresh ourselves, this
tell Shelly, who wrote into me, I don't want to say your last name. Thank you. You sent me some things that were fascinating. And Shelly sent me something called One Royal Line. Have you heard of this, JJ? This is fantastic.
Is this the Merovingian stuff?
Well, it is. It ties in with that, but this is the main line that they actually used to print, and everybody used to hang on their walls when you were young. They sold it at Deseret Book, and it has a Jewish star on it, the Star of David, on it, and inside that star, which I doubt was reprinted as it says in the original, from this line, kings will rule. And Shelly, you blew my mind. Thank you so much, because it made me look into this whole thing a little bit different. And I ran smack into so many rabbit holes that I went, whoa, how did I not know this? And why is the church keeping this quiet? Because they are postulating that, and they have done a huge DNA study, not just genealogy here. They're breaking into the DNA, and they have done this big study trying to rule out Joseph Smith's other children via backwards genealogy. This is Hugo A. Perego, is I believe how Perego, and
So
he
this is
is
IGG, investigative genealogy kind of deals, right?
Yep. Well, and this has gotten crazy because he has actually linked it and has it specifically to another king, and this checks out through DNA. He's also going around spouting like Fawn Bodie's book is trash and none of these kids were his, and I've proven it. And what he did is he went and got all the ancestors of all the Smiths that are on Hiram's side, because there's a lot on Hiram's side, and he asked permission and sent them all DNA kits, and I'm talking thousands of DNA kits. I can't even believe that they did this under the radar. Well, I can, but geez. I mean, you think that the Mormons would be out like, look, we are the champions, but no, that's not what happened. And I'm like, what? Why is this so quiet? And then it leads to this crazy story and a weird haplogroup, which makes Joseph even more special than Joseph already was, if that's even a possibility.
And Elder Ballard.
So this is a haplogroup M222R1B. It is extremely rare and special. It is Irish. And I have to tell you, it leads to another story of a king called the Unial of the Nine. And this gets crazy. And I just went, you've got to be kidding. But in her genealogy, in Shelley's genealogy, which she nicely shared with me, as she is a descendant of Joseph Smith himself, it connects not only to Bill Gates, but it connects to Eleazar Wheelock of Dartmouth University.
Yeah.
I'm gonna drop my mic that I don't have in my hand, but yeah.
I know the Wheelocks, they're a society family. This is all great stuff, Heidi. What's the name of that book?
Mine. It brings
which
Hamblin, y'all.
This is a genealogy situation that I'm talking
so she
about.
hasn't published this yet?
No, she just sent me her legit genealogy from familysearch.org, which I went and I validated it. And then this is called One Royal Line. And so if you guys want to look it up, extremely hard to find. Not the inventor, but the man known for Mr. Genealogy is Archibald F. Bennett that went and did all this and started going after World War II. They sent him all over to get all the microfilm, basically like a microfilm mission, starting in 1946 to all the different countries. And they started just taking everyone's genealogical records. And
they're all in Granite Mountain, like they're in a vault in the mountain.
Was like,
and Sean Little Bear actually allegedly had sent messages to somebody stating that a female sacrifice would have to take place in order to gain entrance to said records. Allegedly. I'm just saying, you can't make this shit up. And that they were guarded by 3 guards. That these records were guarded by 3 guards. I'm like, what, the 3 Nephites or the 3, first presidency of the church? I mean, come on now.
Like the person that did this, go and try and look him up very much. Like
if you look at it from an elite status where it's a need to know basis, like they tell us what they want us to know, in my opinion. And from what I'm learning, all these years, I feel like Sean Little Bear is talking to me and saying, yeah, I'm the master of all masters. I'm the chief of all chiefs, just stupid. Just to spin the story, to keep prying eyes from prying.
It's like, yep. And he was elected in the Hall of Fame and then he died and that's all. And I'm like, whoa. Is he related to Bobby Bennett, Mr. Bobby Boy of Watergate? I dare say he is, but they said, no, that's not the same one. No.
They say the same thing about Tim Ballard and Elder Ballard. No relation. They volunteer that shit. So I'm like, yeah, they probably are.
Of course not.
They hide it.
Yeah. It gets wild. It gets so wild that I was like,
it actually explains, in my opinion, she's about to go into Jacob Hamblin, the Process Church of the Final Judgment, and how David Hamblin is a descendant of Jacob Hamblin, and how this makes me now, I guess not understand, but maybe understand why David Hamblin is never held accountable. Okay. Like it just is starting to make sense as to why the Mormon elite in this story or these stories, the ones that I follow are never held accountable. Similar to Russell Nelson, the prophet of the Mormon Church, his daughter and son-in-law are alleged to be part of this child sex abuse ring cover up, the whole cover up thing and everything. That they blame it on, and I say the church and or the Miles's attorney blames it all on false memory syndrome and that it's satanic panic. It's to get you guys and me to stop prying, because chalk it off as conspiracy and as some whatever the hell, they can't ever prove it and disprove it, whatever. And there's so many conflicting stories going back and forth. And then not only that, you can see for yourself when David Levitt calls that whole press conference on himself, for himself, and then names himself as a suspect who was cannibalizing children. So I'm just saying, like, they do this and but they tell on themselves eventually. Just know that they do. You just have to listen and just hold their words accountable. They will tell on themselves so many ways because they can't help but talk about it.
Oh my gosh. So yeah, he literally is responsible for this microfilming, basically. And these secrets die with these people. They're old,
No, you ain't kidding. So this lady right here, speaking of Joseph Smith descendants, this is Kimberly Jo Smith. She learned at the age of 12 that she was the second great granddaughter of Joseph Smith, official children of Joseph Smith. So there's a lot of secrets that go on even within the Smith family. What brought this lady to my attention was my DNA tests and trying to solve my mysteries, not the least of which the genealogy of Abner Vance, who's, and again, in all likely probabilities, the son of George and Martha Washington, which that actually I found a different person who's making that claim that they're the descendant of George Washington.
Your boy comes up in this info, George.
Well, I mean, he's everywhere, right? So I'll bring that up in a minute. Though this other fellow I found on the interwebs, because I understand. Looking at that guy's claims, I'm like, well, that's lunatic. That's Looney Tunes. Because, well, first and foremost, I know better from looking at all the DNA maps and genealogy and stuff. But I also know that his story just doesn't make any sense. But it is on its face, it sounds like a ludicrous tale that George and Martha had a secret child, so to speak, with Abner Vance. But that is what the DNA shows. That is what all the evidence exhibits. And in my studies, I find this lady, Kimberly Jo Smith, the second great granddaughter of Joseph Smith. And the reason why I think I'm related to her is we see these families intermingling. You said George comes up everywhere. Well, the Smiths her Smiths intermarry with Lawrence Washington's descendants, George's elder half brother, the one he inherited Mount Vernon from.
And you got to know that Joseph Smith ran for president, and so did Mitt Romney. It's interesting how the Constitution's hanging by a thread as a dog whistle. And I mean, again, I never wanted to. I have nothing to do with politics, but it clashes with them. So it's like I have to. I don't look at Democrat, Republican. I don't look at all that stuff. I couldn't tell you what it all even means. I know one's red, one's blue. I don't understand. I just never saw the point. Because I'm just like, okay, well, it's going to talk about, or they're going to talk about, let me see. Let me type in Hamblin here because I want to get to that. Only because I took so long with the other stuff. Hold on, 2341-ish. It's going to talk about that Mormon transhumanism, whatever. I have a hard time saying it.
Interesting when you go back and look at assassinations, how many people spoke about Mormonism right before. It's a little scary, but there are it's not just regular Mormons anymore. There are new factions of Mormonism, not just old Mormonism.
Yes, ma'am.
That I dare say are Templar Mormonism or Amorc.
I mean, Tim Ballard is a Templar.
Mormonism that are very out in the public now. I mean, they keep it hush, but it's out there. It's like
You can
new
find
age
it,
Mormonism.
but it's not
maybe?
advertised.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Yep, and
This
it's
blew my
very
mind.
interesting. Yeah,
This blew my
there's actually a faction that was brought to my attention not that long ago. It was Mormons for Transhumanism, which was absolutely like a terrifying thought to me. However,
That's
it just
creepy,
it made total sense. I was like, oh, of course, there would be a group of Mormons into transhumanism. But what was frustrating to me was that so I was actually dealing with some of these people like head on because some of what I cover on my show and in my work, I also fight against the technocracy. Privacy and technology things are like a big.
So for those of you who maybe missed earlier, we were talking about transhumanism movement, and he's this guy right here. I don't really Liberty Rising podcast. He's talking about oh shit, that just threw me off when I saw Hamblin right there. I was like, what? Okay, wait. Okay, yeah, it's about to get really interesting. I'm so excited. I'm like, oh my god. Okay, so the transhumanism thing, I knew that Roselle Anderson, Hamblin, Stevenson now, who, if you think about it, Elder Ballard is also related to some Andersons. You've got Tim Ballard. Remember when Janet Russin said, that the prophet Nephi, like she's a psychic or whatever, and that she was decoding or whatever, doing a reading for Tim Ballard, and she said something about the prophet Nephi, and then it made the Salt Lake Tribune front page the next day. She said this on a puny, like a little podunk podcast. Okay. Then the next day it makes the front page news, and you're like, why? And it says, oh, and to me, it's like a help for the church because it's creating distance and the wackadoo stories that were out there about Tim at that time, saying that, and so Janet Russin said, "Oh, I wasn't talking about the ancient prophet Nephi. Tim Ballard has a great 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 grandfather named Nephi Anderson." And I was like, "Well, you don't say, sorry, you don't say Anderson. Oh, wow." And that's weird how Elder Ballard's late wife, well, they're both late now, but his late wife Barbara Bowen, her last name, is she related to Gordon Bowen? Anyways, something to think about.
Big deal to me. And so, fighting against some of these technocrats, they were using language that was so like, this is going to free everyone. This is going to bring liberty to everyone. So they were using, the language of a libertarian. And, being involved with the libertarian movement, that really upset me because I knew for a fact these people are not interested in liberty or freedom or anything. And so I've had to push back on those people quite a bit.
That's very
window dressing, right?
Luciferian.
They'll tell you they're into liberty, right? But it's kind of window dressing.
Here we
go.
Their version of liberty.
Right. Yeah. It's that whole satanic inversion,
That to me, it was like, thank you. Somebody else said it's an inversion. It is. It's an inversion and satanic at that. And look, Huggy Bear, I just realized she put Roselle Stevenson Hamblin used to be the treasurer for Mormons Transhumanism Association. Wow. Okay, so I didn't know that. I mean, I didn't see the comment from Huggy Bear. That blows my mind. I knew she worked there and resigned, but I didn't remember that part. Awesome.
I was about to say this is a great statement, Huggy Bear. Thank you.
So here we go. And just to know that the Process Church of the Final Judgment is associated with the Scientology Church. Okay. It's like this little, I don't even know how to explain it. Maybe they'll explain it, but just listen.
So I was about to say this. So what you're describing of this transhumanism, Gnostic, neo fucking Mormonism, if you will, there, it sounds very much like the Process Church. We see the Hamblin folks who founded Kanab, Utah, the family that founded Kanab, Utah down there, the folks that we see involved with some really weird satanic cult situation out there.
Okay. We see this really weird satanic cult situation out there over the recent decades, which is the Process Church of the Final Judgment, which are in bed with the Best Friend Animal Society. Okay. Which, I mean, it connects to like Leah Remini. I used to say that I was going to be the Rhea Lemony of the Mormon Church, because she's the Leah Remini of the Scientology Church. But then, they're all these different kind of actors who do different acting jobs, you could say. And so she might not be somebody I feel I need to look up to. So I don't look up to anybody anymore. It's just safe that way. I don't idolize anybody because that's what this is. Basically, it's like this tribal, everybody's like, oh yeah, follow him. And, like if I say a negative or just a truthful thing about Nate Eden, people will unsubscribe. And I'm like, whoa, like you don't have to split your allegiance. You don't even have to have allegiance here. I don't know why people feel compelled to do that. It's really strange to me. It's even weirder.
Over the last recent decades concerning David Leavitt and gang there. We see that
David Leavitt comes from a lot of money, a lot of old money.
The there's a lot of crossover with a lot of these ideas, and the Hamlins seem to be at the center of some of that stuff. With again, they're the ones who founded Kanab, and the guy, I think is it David Hamlin? I think was the original founder there.
Oh, David Hamlin. You know,
I
once you
think
get into some of these people, it's
well, they
sketch.
keep naming themselves after each other, right? So it's like David,
Right.
David. So the original David, I think I'll look him up. I think it was the original David Hamlin.
Kanab,
the guy
yeah.
that founded Kanab, he also finds the area we now know as Area 51.
Right.
Isn't that crazy?
Correct.
The Mormon
He's the original
and
founder of that.
Mormons, Utah, Area 51. Right.
I did not know
Yeah,
that.
which is
another crossover
Area
we see.
52. It's
There we go. Thank you, Desert Rain.
officially-
Jacob Hamlin.
Yes.
Yes.
Jacob Hamlin House. Yes. So
Well, Desert
Kanab,
Rain also brought to my attention, ma'am, that the Scowcrofts, the Mormon Scowcrofts, are very prominent down there in Kanab. Brent Scowcroft, Henry Kissinger's right-hand man, National Security.
Henry Kissinger, he's on the same, or he was, he's dead now, but he was on the same board of Afghanistan World Foundation with Tim Ballard and many other celebrities, and is interesting life. It's an interesting detail that Tim Ballard, doesn't share.
Advisor to 3 U.S. presidents, Major General in the U.S. Air
Wingnut.
Force, and his assistant would start a neo-process cult. J.J. Bryan would start a neo-process cult known as Victorianism. So I think we see a lot of this stuff.
Yeah.
You know the Scowcrofts, right, ma'am?
Oh,
Or
yes.
you know of them.
Right.
You know of
Right
them.
wing nuts. Major. Yep.
Very
The John Birch Society,
prominent family.
Very.
Same with the Hamlins.
I didn't know
Thank you,
this
Desert
either.
Rain.
I didn't know this till Desert Rain. He posted this and she said Jacob Hamlin was Brigham Young's right-hand man. And I was like, well, wow. Didn't know that little bit of history.
This is Desert Rain, despite not being Mormon, has a lot of great Mormon facts for us here.
She also mentioned, the vow that they took to avenge Joseph's death, and they went ahead and they actually made more than a vow. They made a secret society called the Order of the Black Sticks, and they all got the canes, the death sticks of the rotting corpses of Joseph and Hiram, and they gave them to these people that swore this, and they called it the Order of the Black Sticks.
Which I remember seeing President Hinckley carry
that's
one of
interesting. I
those.
didn't know that.
Hold on.
Yes.
Okay, so I pulled this up. The Secret Order of Black Sticks, an initiation of the oath. Okay. University of Utah. Come on. Go. Why is it not going? Come on. It's acting really dumb. Today, Cletus. Here, I'll try that. Okay. Come the hell on. They don't want us to see it. They don't want us to see it. Oh my gosh. Come the hell on. I'm not patient when it comes to this kind of stuff. I push the button. I expect the button to work. What the heck? Weird. I'm going to go back here. Anyways, till it catches, I guess. I looked up pictures or images. I don't really know. I need that thing to work. It says I don't know. I need it to work. It would be great. Let me stop this one. It's just continuously loading. Okay. Oh, well, we're just going to go back to the video. Okay. Because apparently technology is saying F you to me.
Yep.
So on these matters of the
It's the death mask.
I'll bring that up in a second. I did not know that. Well, I'm looking for some to bring that up here. Did y'all know that Kash Patel, by all appearances, is dating a wealthy Mormon multimillionaire guy in Vegas there?
Oh,
a guy?
And living in his house.
That is
He
the
actually-
word.
Yeah,
That
he
is the
actually
word on the
requested a
streets.
telecommute. What's that, sir?
I said that is the word on the streets that he is shacking up with him in Vegas. So
Well, he requested a telecommute from that guy's house.
What does that mean?
they're just friends.
That much
They're
is
just
known.
friends.
The relationship, I suppose, is somewhat supposite. I will admit. I'm
Stop. Go here. I looked it up. This sounds a lot like teleporting. Sounds like a lot like portaling, but key aspect. Okay, telecommute means to work remotely from a location from other than a central office, typically from home, using technology like the internet, video conferencing, and email to stay connected with your employer or colleagues. So, I mean, is it that? I don't know. It just made me think. I don't know why it keeps bringing it up, but it doesn't sound very nefarious, does it?
The supposition that I'm saying they're banging, but let's be honest about the situation.
Yeah, it is a little weird. Like, how old is Kash Patel? 53, 54?
I think he's 44, 45.
Is he? God, that's a hard 44, 45. must be all that visitation to Valhalla or something.
Yeah.
Well, that was a weird statement, right?
Yeah, that was an incredibly weird statement.
Yeah.
It's like,
Gave him away.
aren't you Indian? like that.
Well,
just,
again, I'm sure his folks are, but it doesn't seem like he is. So Kash Patel, spotted at nightclubs, spends more time in Vegas than at work, claims an ex-FBI officer.
Right.
And again, he requested himself to telecommute from there.
That's so wild. Jeez.
Oh, the web we weave. Oh,
So we see Kash Patel making those statements about Charlie Kirk, right? In Mormon country of Deseret.
I'm only bringing this part up because I remember Tim Ballard went to Turning Point 2023. And so I just follow people. I make connections between people who associate with Tim Ballard. They're, in my opinion, not good people. They're in the same team. And so that's kind of where I am at. I don't think anybody deserved to die ever. Okay. But I don't have any kind of political preference. I don't care. Like, I'm just like, whatever. I don't like it. So that's what I go on birds of a feather flock together type of thing. So you do whatever it is, like I'm not trying to fight, but just learning about people's backgrounds and what they're into and who they're associated with is very telling.
What's his boyfriend's involvement?
Right.
Major GOP donor too. And again, so the team behind Charlie Kirk, he's a base. I don't want to say, I'm not speaking ill to death, no Charlie Kirk, but Turning Point USA and Charlie Kirk are a wholly owned subsidiary of Team Trump.
Right.
Whether on its face or not, people don't realize. So who is his daddy? What does he do? Robert Kirk, architect for Trump Tower. He lives in Chicago.
Saw that.
That's pretty big.
So out of that Chicago element with his father or a bunch of other GOP.
And when he says Chicago element, I'm thinking of Elder Oaks. He was big in Chicago area type people.
GOP donors and 33rd degree Freemason, owner of the Chicago Cubs, these kind of folks, right? And they he was the RNC finance chair. That he was his elder brother, that guy Ricketts. His elder brother is a U.S. senator from Nebraska. He's a member of the Maryland chapter of the Society of the Cincinnati.
I do remember seeing a satanic ritual abuse, like a task force or whatever for Nebraska as well, kind of like Utah, but yet they deny that there's actually ritual abuse. It's like, well, how do you pass a bill to get funded for ritual abuse, but then yet you don't acknowledge it? It's kind of weird.
Hey, ma'am. Maybe he knew JFK Jr. I don't know. Anyway, so these are the folks that made Turning Point USA, this team of folks in Chicago around his father.
Then we're going to talk about Spencer Cox.
And I don't know where a lot of them sit. I think a lot of them are. I got questions about a lot of their. They're not loony. Well, I'm not going to say they're not Looney Tune lefties, because one of those guys, a 33rd degree Freemason, a Jewish fella, doesn't mean anything. Necessarily, but he was the staffer for Howard Lowenstein, the guy that was holding RFK's body on the Ambassador Hotel when Lowenstein was a secret CIA agent. We later find out, and he was a congressman at the time. And when he goes back to New York from Los Angeles in June of '68, this is the guy that picks him up as staffer, who was a member of the Weather Underground. And I would assert the Weather Underground is a wholly owned subsidiary of the Process Church, based upon the statements of their leaders, Bernadette Dorn and Bill Ayers. And they're also out of Chicago. And this guy, this 33rd degree Freemason, him and Bill Ayers go back. That's what I'm saying. I don't know where these folks lean politically speaking. They claim to be backing Trump, but yeah, there's a lot of tomfoolery going around Charlie Kirk. I can tell you that much right now from my own, from what I witnessed. And when I say what I witnessed, I didn't know Kirk or his father really, but I knew that these other folks, they hired my private detective agency to do open source intelligence reports, things of that nature, and didn't care for them. They also tried to get me to run for U.S. Senator for Ohio before my cousin J.D. Vance did, about 12 months before that. So, again, these folks are the movers and the shakers that built Turning Point USA. And we look at their advisory board and we see Michael Aquino's buddy, General Paul Valle, Mr. QAnon General. On that board.
Oh,
so
of course.
What is going on there, I don't know. But Charlie Kirk's father, again, architect for Trump Tower. And again, his father's father. So Charlie Kirk's fifth great grandfather, Lieutenant Kirk in the Virginia chapter of the Society of Cincinnati. And you don't have to take my word for it. Jeremiah Kirk. Let me just bring up his documents, his bona fides, if you will. BT will appreciate that. Some Catholic talk there, bona fides.
Okay, hold on.
What are your thoughts on all these matters? We've talked about Society of Cincinnati stuff, BT. What are your thoughts on all these matters with Kirk, first and foremost, the Mormons?
Okay, I got to scoot up to 3470. I mean, I want to listen to it all because it's like so informative. So I've shared the link in the chat, but let's go to right around here. We're going to get into Spencer Cox, the governor of Utah.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So, like, in many respects, Charlie Kirk sells himself as an America First constitutionalist. So where's he off base with what you see as some of those libertarian constitutional values from what he was professing?
Charlie Kirk's like his political statements?
Yeah, his platform. I mean, again, I heard some of his talks. I mean, he's against, does a lot of, he's obviously Christian based on a lot of his
I'm no expert.
points.
I'm no expert in Charlie Kirk's political. I can't speak.
I mean,
to
I
that.
would describe a lot of his views as very libertarian of sorts.
Right. I mean,
they're pretty close.
He was a supporter of free speech, free press. But
yeah, he definitely wasn't.
If you're not an
Club
American,
Republican. I know the Country Club Republicans.
Right.
They helped build. Some of those guys helped build Turning Point USA. Country Club Republicans. Not a fan.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's a big difference between libertarian and constitutionalist, to be honest. It's kind of, small government, things like that. And most of the things with, Mr. Kirk, it was religious statements typically I'd listen to and go, that's not really something I'd agree with. Things of that matter.
So we see him in a state like Utah, the nation of Deseret, if you will, because I think a lot of these folks don't view it as America that run that place, the mothership in Salt Lake. Governor Cox, he doesn't seem very Republican, does he? Certainly not libertarian or constitutionalist, America First type of character.
He's not. Cox is flat out an opportunist, period. He is whatever he needs to be in whatever moment that he's in.
So he sounds like a politician.
Unfiltered rising.
Yeah, I would describe him as a fucking commie, but please continue, sir.
I've seen him go real libertarian. I've seen him go real Republican. I've seen him go real Democrat. I think you had it right there, is that he is a politician, and he is like such a politician. He's a stereotype. He is the stereotypical politician. I'm pretty sure he doesn't even have a thought of his own. He just goes along with whatever script to get him to the next plateau. Wow. And, I think a lot of that comes from his family, which his family owns.
Who is his daddy and what does he do?
Who's his dad?
I can't remember his dad's name. Obviously, Cox is the family name, but they actually own all telecommunications in the state.
Okay.
Are
there's
they
actually
the Cox cable family?
I believe so.
Okay, and so here we go swinging, y'all. Sorry, I had copied this or recorded this a long time ago. It's unlisted, as you can see. April 22nd, 2024. Well, that wasn't that long ago, was it? Well, this Illuminati is a YouTube channel, or was. I don't know if she's even still around. Melaleuca, the wellness company that isn't doing so well, Multi-Level Mondays. So we're going to go, I hope, because me and Sue Ellen, and so we are F-bombers for sure. But I believe I got it to the point where it's just going to share this video right here, and she's going to give you a little background on Frank Vandersloot, who owns East Idaho News and other things.
Yeah.
Go back to
the channel. My name is Blair, or the Illuminati, and today we're going to be talking about the Melaleuca MLM and the CEO who runs it, Frank L. Vandersloot. And I don't know what it is about the name Vandersloot, but it sounds like a billionaire villain from a kid's movie. But anyway, I'm going to try and stick to a timeline here between Vandersloot and Melaleuca so you can get an idea of how they both grew together. And that timeline starts in 1948. So without much further eloquence, let's get right into the video. Vandersloot was born on August 14th, 1948. He lived on a farm in Idaho and began to save for college early on. According to Forbes, he manned the farm's cream separator twice a day, turning it by hand to separate cream from milk. His dad let him.
You can tell my internet is horrible right on this video, so I apologize.
Sell the excess cream not used by the family, netting him $2.50 per week. He took jobs on neighboring farms too, building fences, putting up hay, and operating tractors. As a teenager, he joined the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, becoming a Mormon, and then graduated from BYU in 1972 with a bachelor's in marketing. Now, Mormons and MLMs honestly do go hand in hand in a lot of these videos, but today isn't about that. I just thought it was interesting to mention, and it will be important later on. Now, once Vandersloot graduated, he was working for ADP, then Cox Communications. At this point,
do y'all even, how come it's showing me y'all don't see it, but it's showing me on here that you are? So, let me stop it and start it all over again. So sorry. Yeah, it says it lost connection. Okay. La la la. All right, let's try this again. Come on, Pewter. I'm having Joe problems. Joe Schmo problems with this double tapping. Let me make sure you can see it. Yes, you can. All right. Now I'm going to go back. Let's see.
Melaleuca, so you can get an idea of how they both grew together. And that timeline starts in 1948. So without much further eloquence, let's get right into the video. Vandersloot was born on August 14th, 1948. He lived on a farm in Idaho and began to save for college early on. According to Forbes, he manned the farm's cream separator twice a day, turning it by hand to separate cream from milk. His dad let him sell the excess cream not used by the family, netting him $2.50 per week. He took jobs on neighboring farms too, building fences, putting up hay, and operating tractors. As a teenager, he joined the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, becoming a Mormon, and then graduated from BYU in 1972 with a bachelor's in marketing. Now, Mormons and MLMs honestly do go hand in hand in a lot of these videos, but today isn't about that. I just thought it was interesting to mention, and it will be important later on. Now, once Vandersloot graduated, he was working for ADP, then Cox Communications.
Ha 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 ha. Cox Communications, but this was because he was married. He's married to a second wife right now. I think she's a second wife. But before, so he was actually like I don't know, she's probably about to tell us, but it was his brother-in-law's company. So Vandersloot was connected to Cox Communications, the Cox name, just like with Spencer Cox, the Utah governor. And it's just interesting, because you'll find out about these two Ball brothers. I know it's funny, huh? But there's two brothers named with the last name of Ball who got Frank started, who helped Frank start out. And he's a billionaire. He's the wealthiest billionaire in Idaho. And I'll have to look it up again to see if he's what rank he is in the United States.
At this point, the Forbes article says he went off on his own to start Melaleuca in 1985, but it's actually a little bit more complicated than that. Idaho Falls magazine states that he started selling off beef jerky for a local businessman, Roger Ball, then left to cut his teeth at Fortune 500 companies. He eventually became a regional vice president at ADP and vice president at Cox Communications. Before returning to work with Ball 13 years later at a new startup of oil of Melaleuca, Vandersloot had spent his time wisely, grooming himself in the fine art of marketing and business management. I had made it in corporate America, he said. Where I worked, everything was measured. I performed well and, as a result, got lots of promotions. They were good to me. The experience prepared him for later success. I tell young sprouting entrepreneurs all the time, go get a job for 10 years before you even think of doing something on your own. You will learn to do it right, then you won't have to go back and reinvent all those wheels. And I have to pause with reading this, and I have to say that that's not always accurate, and in some cases saying that kind of language can actually hurt some young entrepreneurs that actually are bound to be successful. If I were 18, 19, or 20 and considering joining this company, I don't really think that Vandersloot would stop me. And I've seen time and time again, especially with MLMs like Cutco and Venmo, how they target college students. Even if Melaleuca's demographic is different, you can't tell me that there's absolutely no young people involved because he wants them to get a job before they try running their own business with Melaleuca. Not that Melaleuca is your own business anyway, but that's just the language that is used, treating it as if it's their own business, but we all know that's not real. But that quote really angers me because I feel like he's trying to sound like this helpful guy who offers business advice while in the meantime scams people with a pyramid scheme type company, but more on that in just a little while. In his own case, it didn't take long for him and his colleagues to retool their business model just 7 months after Vandersloot had been recruited to run the new company. One early partner by the name of Don Miller had enticed Ball and his family to invest in a 20,000-acre ranch in Australia called Main Camp. It's supposed.
Oh my God. All my Australian people, will y'all help me research over there? Main Ranch in Australia, South Wales. That's also where Nate Eaton, oh my God, I just realized this, where Nate Eaton went on his mission for the church. Oh my God. Okay. Oh shit.
Had about 80% of all the world's Melaleuca tea leaves grown on it. The genus of this particular tree only flourishes in a small area.
I also wanted to mention that the police officer, the investigator in our case, one of them was, oh my God, why am I slipping on his name? Ron Ball. Anyways, same area.
Of South Wales, Australia, and Miller claimed that a huge percentage of the oil was produced there, Vandersloot said. Well, it really wasn't true. The Balls had made the considerable investment in the property only to discover that most of the oil they were getting didn't even come off the ranch. I went to my partners and we decided to close that whole deal down, Vandersloot said. They got rid of his other partner in Australia, so now Ball family had 70%, I had 30%. We started a brand new company and named it Melaleuca Inc. We changed the product line and moved to a new business model. It was a big change, but we didn't make it a big deal that we had changed it. Maybe we should have. That new business model obviously was an MLM model. Another article on the topic.
Frank denies this.
That goes on a little bit deeper and explains that instead of owning 80% of the tea trees in Australia, it owned closer to 5%. More troubling, the health value of the plant's oil, the whole basis of the business, was itself questionable. Inventory was accumulating in distributors' depots. Something drastic had to be done. So Vandersloot changed everything. He bought all the inventory, trademarks, and product formulas. He gave the
Not to mention Ian Pulowski also worked for Melaleuca
company its current name, and he hired a research and development department tasked with cooking up new recipes. They eventually garnered 9 U.S. patents in the process of providing Vandersloot with products like an energy bar that is said to inhibit a fat-burning prevention enzyme, a benzophenone-infused shampoo that is supposed to prevent sun damage to hair. The only thing I'll really give Vandersloot and his MLM credit for here is that they're more upfront with how difficult it is to earn money. Vandersloot himself tells new recruits they're starting off as customers on the bottom of a towering pyramid, which has just got to be one of the most accurate descriptions of an MLM I think I've ever heard. I talk a lot about how easy it can be to fall for these scams, but if someone's fallen for one, I'm less inclined to feel sympathetic considering the CEO has described it as a pyramid. At least in Melaleuca's case, that is. Now you know about the company and Vandersloot.
Or at least by what he says, you know.
Vandersloot's history, though we're going to get into the company itself. First of all, their website is an absolute mess. It reminds me of the MyPillow website. It's a gigantic pain to navigate. It's like an entire page of just weird advertisements. They state that every product has been developed and manufactured to stand out from the competition. Each must be superior in a very clear and relevant way to the products you might otherwise use. That means they are researched, refined, and scrutinized before they ever go to market. Melaleuca preferred members only deserve the best, and that is exactly what Melaleuca is committed to providing. Melaleuca has all these supplements that are supposed to be about promoting healthy joints, blood pressure support, fitness bars, you name it. They've also got cleaning products and say that though their bottles are smaller, their concentration is higher. However, the page to their studies seems a little bit suspicious to say the least. There's no doubt that it works in the findings from Freeburg, but even Freeburg themselves looks really shady. I actually did a bit of digging on this German research center, and some studies say that Freeburg doesn't exactly
a German research center.
have the best reputation. It reads, in a large unselected sample of clinical research projects approved by a German research ethics committee, only about half of the started studies were published. In addition, 16% of the started studies were discontinued. Crucial information such as study funding differed between protocols and publications in about 20% of published trials. If only part of the accumulated research data are accessible for those potentially interested, scarce research sources are wasted. Furthermore, healthcare professionals and patients cannot make decisions based on all available evidence, and other researchers may build future projects on an incomplete or even biased database. And I don't know, to me, that just doesn't really sound legit. If you like supplements and you want to use them, you do you. But the studies they release rub me the wrong way. In addition to the Freeburg study, they also completed the Sterling study in Cincinnati, USA. In total, though, between both studies, they've only got about 100 participants, which is a pretty small sample size. Their statements haven't been evaluated by the FDA. They're sure to say that in the finest print possible. But the whole thing kind of reads like an advertisement because everyone who tried it benefited from Melaleuca products, apparently. The fact of the matter is that most clinical trials like this are industry sponsored, and because of this, most of the products in these trials are likely to be recommended or have positive results. I'm not saying this means every single clinical trial out there is absolute garbage, but the Freeburg and Sterling one, to me, reek of them being paid off. Each of them had about 50 participants for a few months, and the studies didn't even seem to have a placebo group or account for, I don't know, maybe if that person was eating healthier or exercising more, or if they were dieting anyway. It's hard to trust that when there's no control in the study, there's no understanding of what the participants were doing in their outside time, or any additional explanations as to how those results possibly happened.
Okay. I mean, I'm just saying there's, okay. Yeah. No, so I just don't know what I say on here. So, it's the very end anyways. All right. So there's that little tidbit. Okay. Then I'm going to show you this. Okay. This is where it goes even deeper with it. What sparked it was Adam Steed, his Mormon Stories podcast. Let me make sure I'm sharing it. Yes. Okay. So here's a little clip.
Like the amount of things, like you get a story inside of a story and a story, and huge influencers like the billionaire Frank Vandersloot was writing up op-eds that probably I think they cost $100,000 worth of advertising over a period of time or something. I don't know the number. I heard someone say that to talk about like this child abuse story. It wasn't the case, and there were letters going as if they came from the first presidency all over the Mormon church in Idaho and Utah talking about this singular event. That they had immediately done the right response with child abuse. It only happened once, and we published those in the Peter Zuckerman Post Register. We published that letter. And then all these victims came forward, and there was all this documentation of cover-ups, and this story just started exploding. But it was so difficult. The statutes would have never changed, but my father called, and my mother, they got all these victims coming forward, and they got these people to write letters, and my mom put them all together and got them organized, and my dad gave them to all the senators to see the true situation. And
now that had to be taken down or privated because John Dehlin was being threatened, lawfare, basically. So I did grab that clip before it was taken down. And then here's a little history with, more history, I guess. Which, I mean, I was wondering if Nate Eaton, how did Frank Vandersloot and Nate Eaton meet, right? KIDK.
Completely free to the public. He does things like this because he's passionate, spends a lot of money on a spectacular freedom fireworks celebration that's completely free to the public. He does things like this because he's passionate about where he lives and what happens in his community. Sometimes that means...
Spoiler alert, Frank Vandersloot is also Secret Santa. So he gives to his community. He's all about it. Like Nate just said, he hosts these huge fireworks shows for the community as well. But, hey.
Speaking out on controversial issues.
This is pretty much...
and also, for anyone who doesn't know what Adam Steed was talking about, Adam Steed was part of the Boy Scouts of America scandal that, and he lived in Pocatello, Idaho at the time, and he was being retaliated upon whenever he came forward with his abuse by one of the scout masters or whatever. And it was this big rigmarole. Okay. Well, turns out that Adam Steed and his parents, they pushed for legislation in Idaho to change the statute of limitations for victims to be able to report, for longer periods of time. And so at that same time, according to Adam Steed, what he was saying about Frank Vandersloot that caught my attention was that Frank, the billionaire right here, who owns East Idaho News as well, and Melaleuca, he was, in retaliation, he said, Adams just said that there were these letters that were coming from the first presidency, saying it was just basically one instance of child abuse and not this, you can go, how big Boy Scouts of America was, the abuse scandal. Okay. It's ginormous. And so for Frank Vandersloot to do what he did, and he also says it in this clip, I believe it's this clip, why he bought some stations from Bonneville Communications, which is the church owns Bonneville Communications. So just like Cox Communications, Frank worked for his brother-in-law for Cox Communications, but then he also started Melaleuca and then bought some radio and television stations from Bonneville Communications, which is owned by the church. And he turned it into East Idaho News, which would eventually become the authoritative or the go-to source to cover my aunt, the Mormon, and her husband, another Mormon, story. It was very whitewashed, that's all I'm saying. Follow the money. Don't get pissed off at me.
The purebred operation.
This kind of tells you, Frank tells you in his own words why he purchased these radio stations. Because at this time, Adam Steed's story was out and happening and unraveling at the same time. And so this is what happened.
Vandersloot loves the outdoors and he loves to speak his mind. So when a proposed development in Fremont County threatened scenic views, he took out full-page newspaper ads against the project.
I love nature. I love to.
You just heard what he said, right?
And he loves to speak his mind. So when a proposed development in Fremont County threatened scenic views, he
Oh, that was the development.
took out full-page newspaper ads against the project.
I love nature. I love to drive and see the forests and the wildlife.
Not only that, he's been one of the most vocal opponents of a wind farm project in Wolverine Canyon. He put up huge anti-windmill signs and petitioned county commissioners to vote against the mills.
I'm not an environmentalist like an environmentalist that wants to stop everything. It's the forest and the streams that I think we ought to protect.
Frank's also been involved in other controversial issues, but perhaps none as well known as his battle with the Post-Register. In 2005, the paper...
Now this is Adam Steed. This was going on at the same time as Adam Steed's story.
Published a 6-part series about Boy Scouts who were molested by their camp leader.
I do think that Boy Scout thing was way out of line.
Frank wasn't upset the Post ran the story, but he didn't like the way they did it. So he used his monthly community page news ad in the Post-Register to attack the Post-Register. He even hired a law firm to conduct comprehensive research into the story.
Now, that doesn't mean there weren't mistakes made, and that doesn't mean that there weren't children that were molested, for Pete's sake. But I felt like they were trying to blame the wrong people instead of blaming the molester. They were
the church, Boy Scouts of America, whatever.
They're trying to blame all the youth groups and the Boy Scouts, and they were trying to blame the leaders, and they're trying to blame their church organizations.
His church organization, his leaders, his Boy Scouts of America, in my opinion.
The Post-Register believes it did nothing wrong and stands by the story. No one mentioned in the articles ever asked the paper to issue any corrections, clarifications, or retractions, and the story won numerous awards. State laws concerning child abuse were even changed because of the series.
Not because of the series, okay? No, because of Adam Steed's parents pushing legislation.
Still at odds with the Post-Register of the whole Boy Scout thing?
Not at all.
In fact, both Frank and the Post-Register believe they learned from the disagreement.
I didn't understand the sensitivity of the victims on all this. I've learned a lot, became really good friends, really, really good friends with some of the victims that were involved.
It was around the
I doubt Adam Steed would have mentioned Frank Vandersloot's name if he was one of these good friends. I don't know that, but I'm just speculating.
this time when Frank became interested in acquiring media outlets himself.
Soft Rock, Classy 97.
He ended up purchasing 5 high-rated radio stations from Bonneville Communications.
We're ready to kick off the lunch hour.
And renamed the group Riverbend Communications.
I know that I've appreciated when my kids listen to good music, and I like stations to listen to that offer that.
I declare my intention to run for president of the United States.
Frank's also dabbled in politics, endorsing candidates like Mitt Romney.
Thank you, Governor, for being here again with us.
Jim Risch, and voicing his opposition against others.
Judge Herndon would have been one of those. Kathy Silik on the Supreme Court was one of those. When you get enough opinion that the job isn't being done correctly, you could draw conclusions that we'd be better off to have somebody new in the position.
Are you ever going to run for politics, run for office?
I would be bad at it. I like to be in a position where I can get something done. And they've got, I mean, there's all this negotiations and deal makings and all of that stuff going on that I don't think I'd be good at it.
Well, he does get stuff done. Now, Frank has also been in the headlines recently concerning a lawsuit involving a...
Because I thought that was interesting. He doesn't get involved in politics, but this is how he does it.
If the job isn't being done correctly, you could draw conclusions that we'd be better off to have somebody new in the position.
Are you ever going to run for politics, run for office?
I would be bad at it. I like to be in a position where I can get something done.
Now, how's that? Money? Money, 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 money. Money.
And they've got, I mean, there's all this negotiations and deal makings and all of that stuff going on.
You know, I remember seeing stories about Trump Jr. showing up, going for private meetings at Frank Vandersloot's house, but yet East Idaho News reported on him. And I just kind of clipped them because I was like, that's curious, you know? And I mean, I didn't know how I felt about people, you know, like Trump. Okay. I'm just saying, I was just kind of collecting information and just, that seems a little weird. And then Mike Johnson, who was a Congress or a representative here in my state, you know, he's now the House Speaker for Trump and also goes for these private meetings at Frank Vandersloot's house, allegedly. And I just find it very curious and wonder why. And Mitt Romney.
I don't think I'd be good at it.
Well, he does get stuff done. Now, Frank has also been in the headlines recently concerning a lawsuit involving a former employee. He can't comment on the case because it has not yet been resolved. Now, coming up tomorrow at 10, Frank talks candidly about his wife and how they've raised their 14 children.
We don't buy them anything. They got to buy their own stuff. But we've said we'll pay half. So if somebody wants a video game, it's got to be the appropriate video game. But as long as it's something that's not going to hurt them, we'll say we don't say yes you can or no you can't. We say, can you afford it?
Well,
I ask, does it hurt anybody else?
To take a look at what the future holds for Vandersloot. Now, if you missed part 1 of our series that aired last night, you can check it out on our website at kidk.com. I'm Nate Eaton for Channel 3 Eyewitness News.
For the interesting throwback, right? So I can't believe I don't know where my other videos are, but these are some thumbnails that I'd made because I was angry. Plus, how he exploits my murdered family members for the next true crime grift. Okay. Anyways, GOP Kingmaker became. I don't understand all this talk. GOP King. I don't even know what that means. I still don't. One man stands alone in Idaho as the wealthiest in the state, as reported by Forbes. The magazine recently reported that Frank Vandersloot of Idaho Falls ranked 354th on its 400 richest people in America list. I mean, Vandersloot current worth is $3.3 billion. Up from 2.9. This is House Speaker Mike Johnson of my state. Holds private meeting and dines with Frank Vandersloot in Idaho Falls, August 6, 2024. that should be the end of the story where the good guys come in and fix it. But unfortunately, that was just the beginning. Scouts Honor okay, hold on. One of the richest people in the state funded a series of full-page ads in the Post Register, taking aim at the Scouts Honor series. The first Vandersloot ad was headlined, quote, responsible journalism or misleading propaganda, unquote. I think he's explaining his own propaganda, in my opinion. Let's see what this is. Okay, this is the complex web. Okay, so Sean. Okay, so I provided my AI with information about the attorney that first represented Lori and Chad was Sean Bartholick. Okay, and it's, let me see. I'm trying to. All right. Sean Bartholick's absence. The Daybell's attorney, Sean Bartholick, was reportedly absent from Rexburg during a crucial deadline. His unavailability for comment and the speculation that he might be in Hawaii, that is something that was said on LDS Freedom Forum during a crucial, his unavailability for comment and the speculation that he might be in Hawaii raises questions about his potential anticipation of Lori Vallow Daybell's arrest or other legal developments. Actually, what was said there on LDS Freedom Forum was that he was connected with LDS friends, and it was capitalized. LDS was capitalized, of course, all caps. And then friends, the F of friends was capitalized. So maybe it's like a group or something, not just LDS friends. Anyways, it says his social media ties to Hawaii add to the speculation. Bartholick's client connections. Bartholick's representation of Melanie Boudreaux's new husband, Ian Plowski, and his divorce establishes a connection, and I have these papers, within the extended family and their associated circles. This shows a connection to people within the LDS community. Melaleuca and Frank Vandersloot. Melanie Boudreaux's new husband worked for Melaleuca, an essential oils company owned by Frank Vandersloot. Adam Paul Steed is the whistleblower mentioned. So, I mean, these are just, of course, little screenshots I've collected, along my journey. Let's see. Oh, here we go. I mean, I'll read this to you. There we go. There, that too. U.S. Speaker Mike Johnson touts one big, beautiful bill from Melaleuca headquarters. This was just recently. Speaker of the House was his second to Melaleuca, the largest private employer in Idaho Falls. He said business and technology growth in Idaho made it an obvious first stop on his tour. Beyond the growth in eastern Idaho, Johnson also pointed to success stories he's seen around the country. Melaleuca Executive Chairman Frank Vandersloot said he was honored to host Johnson's visit. We are thrilled that the administration and Congress are deeply interested in American business. He also said, we are extremely honored that Speaker Johnson considers Melaleuca an important homegrown American story. Let me read this to you. Ballard, the provided information does not indicate. Okay, hold on. Finally, while Gordon S. Bowen served as the creative director for the 2002 Salt Lake City Winter Olympics, responsible for the Light the Fire Within theme and torch design, hold that. The provided information does not contain specific allegations of idea theft to these Olympic elements. So Gordon Bowen and Mitt Romney were tasked with the theme for Light the Fire Within. They come up with that theme for the 2002 Winter Olympics that were held in Salt Lake back in 2002. Okay. And then East Idaho News, under the leadership of news director Nate Eaton, has played a prominent role in covering high-profile local cases. The near simultaneous launch of the news outlet with the baby Dior Coon's disappearance in 2015 provided an immediate and compelling story that catalyzed the platform's rapid growth and established its relevance. Eaton's extensive journalistic experience and his shared educational and religious background with Vandersloot likely contribute to his perceived credibility within the community, particularly in sensitive reporting. The outlet's comprehensive coverage of the Chad and Lori Daybell murder case, which involves extreme religious beliefs diverging from mainstream LDS doctrine, further highlights the critical role local media plays in interpreting complex issues that profoundly impact the community's social and religious fabric. That's everything. That means so much to me. Vandersloot's deep ties to the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints are evident in his personal history and public statements, indicating that his faith serves as a core driver for his business ethos, philanthropy, and conservative political stances. His substantial financial and leadership support for Mitt Romney's presidential campaigns appears to be an extension of these shared religious and political values. Regarding M. Russell, oh shit. Okay, they're out of order. Come on. I know that's okay. Okay, I need the rest of it. I need Paul Harvey right now. Let me just start here. Vandersloot is a substantial financial contributor to Republican presidential candidates and Idaho political campaigns, having donated millions to Republican causes. He has also funded advertising campaigns specifically opposed several Idaho Democratic political candidates. His political involvement reached national prominence through his role as a national finance co-chair for Mitt Romney's presidential campaigns in both 2008 and 2012. During the 2012 election cycle, he made a direct corporate donation of $1 million to a super PAC supporting Mitt Romney and stated that he personally raised an additional $2 million to $5 million for the Romney campaign. So that's a potentially, $3 to $7 million, yeah. Following criticism from the Obama campaign, which singled him out as one of 8 major Romney donors with, quote, less than reputable records, unquote, Vandersloot claimed that his company, Melaleuca, experienced a loss of hundreds of customers. In response, he established a, quote, Guardian of True Liberty Fund. Interesting, unquote. I mean, not the interesting part. Pledging $1 million to cover legal expenses for individuals he believed were endeavors, I guess. The foundation received the Salvation Army Others Award for its Hurricane Katrina relief efforts. Interesting. Vandersloot was inducted into the Idaho Technology Hall of Fame in 2020 for Melaleuca's scientific breakthroughs and its growth as the state's largest e-commerce company. He also serves on the board of directors and executive board of the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. Frank Vandersloot's influence in southeastern Idaho is not solely a byproduct of Melaleuca's financial success. His strategic investments in diverse sectors such as vast land ownership, which is Riverbend Ranch, regional media, Riverbend Communications that he bought from the church, and as will be discussed, East Idaho News, and direct funding of educational institutions, American Heritage Charter School, American Heritage, there you go, demonstrate a deliberate and comprehensive approach to influence. This multi-pronged strategy allows him to shape not only the economic landscape, but also public discourse, local infrastructure, and educational opportunities. By embedding his interests across these critical community pillars, he don't need to be a damn politician. You know what I'm saying? Like, he creates a pervasive and resilient network of influence that ensures his values and priorities are represented and advanced within the region. This broad reach enables him to exert considerable sway over various aspects of community life. Plus, there's that 10%. Let's see. I'm trying to hurry. I already did that one. What? Okay, let's read this real quick. Okay, so this is an overview of his business interests and significant community influence. Vandersloot's business empire extends significantly beyond Melaleuca. He established Riverbend Ranch in 1993. Okay, listen to this, which has grown to be one of the largest purebred ranches and commercial cattle operations in the U.S., operating across Idaho, Utah, and Montana. His extensive land holdings are estimated at 148,000 acres across these 3 states. Additionally, he owns Riverbend Communications, a group of radio stations and TV in eastern Idaho. His philanthropic efforts are also notable. He is the primary financier of the American Heritage Charter School in Idaho Falls. In 2003, he founded the Melaleuca Foundation, which actively engages in various humanitarian, that's like a dead giveaway, efforts, including disaster relief, of course, providing aid for food insecurity and supporting educational, what? Oh, I hate this shit. Okay. I do. I hate when stuff, that's not how I screen. I mean, that's not how I screen captured them. Let's see. This is going to piss me off. I'm sorry, y'all. Just reading blurbs, I guess. This section explores Frank Vandersloot's deep ties to the LDS Church, his political support for Mitt Romney, and the reported involvement of church leadership, particularly M. Russell Ballard. If y'all don't remember, M. Russell Ballard accompanied Mitt Romney during his 2012 campaign, presidential campaign tour or whatever. I just find it interesting. It's kind of like Ballard turned into the next Mitt Romney potential president, That's just how it appears to me. This section explores Frank Vandersloot's deep ties to the LDS Church, his political support for Mitt Romney, and the reported involvement of church leadership, particularly in Russell Ballard, navigating the complexities of personal and institutional roles. And I don't know if it's going to be in order. Okay. Frank Vandersloot's religious journey began early. He joined the LDS Church at age 16 and later dedicated 2.5 years to serving a mission in the Netherlands. His academic pursuits at Ricks College, which is owned by is owned by the church. It's now BYUI and BYU, I think, huh? I don't know. Ricks College and Brigham Young University are noteworthy, as both institutions maintain strong affiliations with the LDS Church. He frequently discusses his profound faith, often emphasizing the spiritual concept of being a quote-unquote son or daughter of the living God and the inherent, quote, power within you, unquote, asserting that his testimony is the, quote, most valuable thing, unquote, he possesses. He regards his decision to join the church and his missionary service as pivotal, quote-unquote, turning points in his life. Turning point. Vandersloot has publicly advocated for traditional marriage starting in 2013, that while he supports equal rights for the gay community, he believes marriage is fundamentally a union between a man and a woman. This stance aligns with the traditional doctrines of the LDS Church. Vandersloot's public discourse and biographical details consistently underscore his profound commitment to the LDS Church. His address to BYU Idaho students, which centered on living within quote-unquote boundaries of right and wrong and the inherent power derived from one's testimony, strongly suggests that his faith is far more than a personal belief. It appears to be a foundational principle that guides his business practices, philanthropic endeavors, and public life. This implies that his emphasis on trust within Melaleuca's brand, his philanthropic activities, and even his conservative political stances, example on traditional marriage, are likely deeply informed by his religious values. This seamless integration of faith and enterprise could be a significant contributing factor to his remarkable success and pervasive influence within a community like southeastern Idaho, where LDS values are widely shared and respected, fostering a strong sense of collective identity and support. His actions appear to be an extension of his deeply held convictions. Anyways, I've read all this to you already, so I'll just stop there. Let's see. I'm looking for this. Launched 2015, July of 2015 is when Baby Dior went missing. East Idaho News launched, I want to say July 1st, and Baby Dior went missing like the 10th or the 15th or somewhere around there. Found it interesting because Glenn Beck also covers it too, and Missing 411. And I'm just like, why are they all here? Why are they all here and involved in this little boy's missing story? You know, it just, I don't know. I mean, I look at things differently since the murders of Tylee, JJ, Charles, and then Tammy and Joe. You know, I look at things so different. Like, what is the interest here? What's going on here? And then kind of seeing and realizing that this kind of happens over and over and over again. It's like a formula that they have. Well, you know, it's a well-oiled machine, I'll just say. Frank Vandersloot right here, 3 billion right here. That's the richest billionaire in every state. Just saying. I don't want to be a billionaire ever. Never. All right. Anyway, so that's where it led me when I was watching that that podcast. I'm trying to get to it. Okay. A little faster. So when I was watching this, listening to it, and I mean, they just tied all kinds of things in for me. It just kept going and going and going. And with everything that I've researched thus far, it just, like I said, it just kept connecting more and more things. And I think we need to have these conversations because it's important. And they are all connected in the background. It's not a conspiracy theory. It's just doing your research and then remembering details and who's connected to who and why and how did that turn out? You know, was it a good thing? Was it a bad thing? Was it of good fruit? You know, I mean, I don't think that makes us dumb. I think it makes us, or conspiratorial. I think it makes us smart, and they don't like smart. I don't think they do. So, but a little more about the Cox connection here.
Obviously, Cox is the family name, but they actually own all telecommunications in the state.
Oh, I just realized too that Carlos Slim owns all the telecommunications networks and everything in Mexico. He's also, I mean, he was the wealthiest man in the world, not country, world. But and I mean, I haven't checked it since then because I don't usually keep up with this kind of stuff. But the last time I heard, it was Elon Musk that had taken the lead. So whatever.
There's
Are they
actually
the Cox cable family?
I believe so. There's so I actually did a thread about it. I'll send it to you, all about the UN coming into Utah and taking over. I mean, we're building the first 15-minute city here, which is on the side of the old Utah State Prison, which you know, they're selling as like this huge like innovation and in engineering and city planning and all of this stuff, and it's just a bunch of commie gobbledygook.
Oh yeah,
but it is a legitimate
into the Osmond family.
I believe there is a connection somewhere. I'm not sure if it's him directly though.
His wife's sister's married to an Osmond, but they have a garage band together. It says.
Yeah. So
what's up with all these garage band enthusiasts, dude? Everyone in the Biden administration had a garage band.
Right. He had a jam
Even
band.
that lady in the disinformation campaign lady, she had a shit-themed Harry Potter cover band. I'm not making that up.
Dude. Cox's jam band was the worst. It's so cringe. Like it cringe would say.
Was it a themed Harry Potter band, dude? Was it that cringe?
It's
because that lady was this close to making decisions on what was or was not disinformation, sir.
Right.
Wow.
It was that cringe. But it is not, you know, a Harry Potter themed band. But I mean, they were doing like soft rock cover versions of like Eminem songs, and
oh, that's bad. That's bad.
Yeah,
that's
it was bad. It was real bad. I'll find a video and send it to you. Yeah, it is bad. It is real bad.
Yeah, y'all remember this? The disinformation governance.
Oh yeah,
it was a thing for a hot minute.
I sure do. I actually wrote an article about it.
Yeah,
And
the lady in
fact,
charge of it was part of the Ukraine nonsense. Go figure, right?
Scary Poppins.
Yeah. What was her name? I can't think of it.
Oh, I don't know. I just always called her Scary Poppins because of that.
They've removed it from Wikipedia, the source of all information on the interwebs, apparently.
Right. Right. Yep. Oh, what is her name? That is going to drive me nuts.
I'll look it up. No worries.
But yeah. So
how weird is that, though? Right? We have some lady who's got a shit-themed, Harry Potter-themed cover, garage band, Nina Jankowicz. She's going to decide what is or is not fact in this country.
And that
this
is
the Muppet world I'm describing.
She was gung ho about it. She was so upset.
Poppins, that's right. She did a Mary Poppins covered song about disinformation. That's right. You are correct, sir.
Yeah, and she is genuinely terrifying.
Oh, dude. In what world besides Muppet World would you have someone who has a shit theme, a grown adult who has a shit themed, Harry Potter themed cover band?
Right.
And we're going to entrust this person with making decisions of anything? I'm surprised they get out of bed every day.
Right.
I mean, but let's be honest though. The one thing we did miss out on without having this information governance board is looking at the gorgeous Nina Jankowicz. Let's just take a look at her. I'm not convinced that's not a dude.
Oh no.
I'm not. I'm not convinced either.
And it's not wouldn't be the only. There's a handful of trans folks that had major positions in the Biden administration, not the least of which this one. So it claimed to have been pregnant at one point in time. I did a deep dive. Yeah, there was no pictures of said pregnancy.
Very convenient. Very convenient.
Look at that jowl, dude. That jowl will scare most men off right there. Like,
very sharp jaw. Mm-hmm.
That's a better chin than I do.
That's what I'm saying, dude. You don't want to mess with that. You're like, I can't even knock that dude out. Is that a lady or a dude? Look at that chin.
Yeah, no kidding.
Oh man.
No kidding.
Oh, man. Oh,
yeah,
boy.
so
damn video.
Centricom is actually Governor Cox's family's company. And they have actually wired up the entire state, even the rural
thank you.
areas.
I got lost in Harry Potter shitverse, sir. So I'm
there you go.
Bring us back.
You're good.
Nice.
So I actually sent you the thread. So check it out whenever. But yeah, they've actually wired up the entire state to basically a centralized communication system, which is entirely scary considering we have the NSA centralized here.
There you go.
And
I was going to say, it's involved the NSA there at not Dugway, but what's the name of that location?
Well, it's just the NSA data center. And
Dugway Proving Grounds?
That's
no, it's actually in Utah County. Dugway Proving Grounds is out in Tooele County. Which is
Utah County, David Levitt's old county, the home of the Charlie Kirk shooting.
Yes, sir.
Right.
Which is actually just where a lot of these things are going down. It's where a lot of the tech companies have moved. We got Adobe down there, we got Google down there, we got Windows down there, or Microsoft, I guess, whatever. It is like a second Silicon Valley almost.
Okay. I've been looking for the damn video, but I can't seem to find it. But it's right here on this part is right here on Salt Lake Tribune. You don't get to make up shit about me. Governor Cox responds to ambush about a smart city conspiracy. And that's the video I'm looking for. And that's Governor Cox. Okay. And this was April 26, 2023. Utah Governor Spencer Cox was ambushed. I don't think so. At Saturday's Utah Republican Party organizing convention by a former congressional candidate spouting a far-right conspiracy theory about urban planning and the United Nations. In a video of the confrontation, I bet that's it. Jason Preston, who also used to speak at these conferences, that Chad and Lori attended, I'm just throwing that out there, confronts Cox at the governor's campaign booth. Preston asked Cox about a smart city. He claims the state is building at the site of the former Utah State Prison at the point of the mountain. That's actually a place, I guess. Quote, I don't know what you're talking about. There's no such thing as a smart city. unquote. Cox says, as a volunteer tries to lead him away, quote, stop making stuff up to try to make me look bad, unquote. Look, let me go grab this real quick. It's been removed. Why? You see that? Here you go. What the fuck, man? People are so controlling. Okay. All right. I have it screen recorded. I'm just got to find it. Jason, Alexia, Preston. We Are the People are the same platform that we've been watching and appreciating, covering the abuse claims, the ritual abuse that's happening in the church. So I appreciate what they're doing. I know some people don't, but hey, whatever. It's their prerogative. Okay, I'm about to find it here. Okay. Here we go. Oh, let me unmute it.
Tell me your thoughts on the smart sheets that you guys are working on.
Why is it not? It's not rolling. Hold on. Let me let it catch up first. It's buffering. You got to see this. It's just very telling about what my gut was already telling me about Governor Cox. I don't live in Utah, but here, it just has everything to do with the church.
Tell me your thoughts on the smart sheets that you guys are working on. What smart sheets? I don't know what smart sheets. Come join us for sandbag. It's not a smart sheet. Come on, come join us. No. We're going. Look. I know you're trying to. I don't know what you're talking about. There's no such thing as a smart city. So stop making up stuff. Okay? To try to make me look bad. You're really good at this. You make up shit and then you try to make us look bad. I don't have a website about this. Why do you have a conversation? Because you don't like to have no conversation. I'm right. You're asking for it. And I just told you that there's no such thing as a smart city. We're developing a new piece of land for the state. Okay? That's what we're doing. They have open meetings. You're welcome to show up and talk to them. It's an independent commission. There's all kinds of people working on it, all kinds of elected officials. There's you like to make up these conspiracies. It's great for you. I know it's good for your brand. I hope it works for you. But you don't get to make up shit. So good luck. Is that a chess? I've never even heard about it. I've never even heard about it before. You probably never read 1984. I read 1984. Let the governor speak. The governor. I've read 1984 3 times. You're bringing it to Utah. You really should. Come on, I want you to have a conversation. Laugh. Hey, Spencer, why don't you come on the show? Have a conversation. Come on the show, Spencer.
Okay, so there's that. Hold on. So I didn't, because I'm kind of new to this research. Okay, so it made me realize what Chad had said. I've got to look for it. Let's see. Okay, not letter number 5. Let's try letter number 4. Bookshelf. Not number 4. Well, maybe. Hold on. All right, let's try number 3. Two. One. Let me try number 1. Now, I know it's in here. There was, Chad was talking of, hold on. It's like a dog whistle. It could be. I'm just saying. Like, let me try again. Here it is. I found it. So it's in letter number 5. Okay. Chad Daybell could have potentially been doing a shout out or a call out or a communication, whatever. When he talked about during these, he's talking about his near-death experience. During those few moments, I was in another dimension. I saw an endless white plain in all directions, and I heard a deep, rich melody that sounded like a synthesizer. As I pondered the music later, it was very similar to the song called 1984 that opens Van Halen's 1984 album. The song is an instrumental that is just over a minute long, and it definitely has the same uplifting, rich, heavenly sound that I heard while out of my body. Okay. Whatever, dude. And so I'm like, oh, like I still need to look it up so I can put it all together. Just 1984 was how do I explain it? Let me type it in my hold on. I just typed in what does the term 1984 mean to conspiracy theorists? Okay. So it says to conspiracy theorists, the term 1984 is not just a reference to George Orwell's dystopian novel, but a powerful shorthand for a wide range of fears about government control, surveillance, and the manipulation of truth. It's an analogy used to describe a world where totalitarian control is imminent or already present. Conspiracy theorists often see the world, or I could say Chad sees the world as moving toward the type of society depicted in the book, where a powerful, unaccountable authority, the party or Big Brother, exerts total control over every aspect of life. They use the term 1984 to warn of a future where individual freedom and dissent are completely erased. Okay? I'm just saying. Mass surveillance is omnipresent. The concept of Big Brother is watching you is perhaps the most famous takeaway from the novel. And so Governor Cox said he read it 3 times, whatever. Chad Daybell felt it so important he included it in letter number 5. Conspiracy theorists, or Chad, use this phrase to highlight their concerns about government surveillance, whether through public cameras, data collection from technology like smartphones and smart home devices, or other forms of monitoring. They believe that these technologies are not just for security, but are tools to control and suppress population. Truth is malleable and history is rewritten. In Orwell's book, the party controls the past by constantly rewriting historical records. Well, that sounds familiar. For conspiracy theorists, this idea here you go. It resonates with me. So I'm a conspiracy theorist, I guess. This idea resonates with their distrust of official narratives. I don't trust them. Give me something to trust. They may view mainstream media, government statements, and academic consensus as official stories designed to manipulate public opinion. I mean, they believe that powerful groups are actively engaging in a form of doublethink, or how about double talk, to make people accept contradictory information and forget real events. Okay. Freedom of thought is a threat. The novel's thought police and the concept of thought crime are used to describe what conspiracy theorists see as a modern-day crackdown on unconventional or dissenting ideas. They believe that governments, corporations, or other elites are trying to police and control what people think, punishing those who express views outside of the accepted norm. Tell that to my fucking algorithm, okay? All right. Yeah. Tell that to my damn algorithm, police. Okay, let me get back to there. I'm almost done. Okay. Okay. It's a social grading score, actually, is what it looks like to me. But anyways, in short, 1984 serves as a powerful and universally recognized analogy for a world they believe is being controlled by a secret and oppressive power. It encapsulates their core beliefs that a hidden elite is working to destroy individual liberty and manipulate reality for their own benefit. Well, anyways, I just wanted to share that too. And it's been 4 damn hours, y'all. I'm so sorry. I know I'm describing politicians and how things seem to be going, but whatever. Call me a conspiracy theorist then. I'll take it. I mean, it's better than being control, or just, I don't know. It's good to be a critical thinker. How about that? I'll just name a positive. And all we can do is just continue to talk about truth, show evidence, show receipts or whatever. And the rest is not in my hands anyways, like I can only do so much. You can only do so much. We can only do so much. So, yeah, they're doing like that. They're doing that now. Yeah. So I appreciate y'all coming along with me for this crazy ride, right? It is a crazy ride. I'm going to share this. Hold on. I'm going to share this. Well, you can't see it now because I changed my aspect. Hold on. I'm going to share this right here. You can go watch it. Look for clues. Look for receipts. I'm going to also, what happened to the damn? Let me restart it. Hold on. I'm trying to share this.
Which is that?
And hopefully you'll go check it out. Subscribe to Heidi and Operation GCD, JJ Vance. No relation to the vice president, he says. And what else? That one's down. Let me find the Cox one for you. The Cox, right? And I'll go ahead and include the Salt Lake Tribune story too. I'm gonna go finish reading it, and you can too. All right, the story right here. Oh, they're talking about Proud Militia Boys. Oh Lord, Roger Stone. That name sounds so familiar. Oh Lord, I'm not trying to be in no right-wing BS. Anyways, I do appreciate what they're doing to combat the child sex abuse scandals. I would call them scandals in the LDS community. I do appreciate what they're doing to uncover it, and that's all I can do. That's, is just try and, I don't know, get as much information. I go everywhere and I look at information from everybody, everything, right? That's what I was thinking too. Thank you, Huggy Bear. It was good to see you and Desert Storm there too. I mean, Desert Rain, not Desert Storm. What the hell? I'm starting to talk like them too. Donna says, I feel that if Lori was related to the governor, she would have been flaunting it in court. Right. I know. Sweet Melissa says there aren't any conspiracy theories left, right? Left, right. Get it? Haha. I mean, same, sister, same. Because I'm new. Like I say, I'm new to this research, I guess. But it's like it's playing out center stage, like with the Diddy case, with the Diddy arrest, with Jeff Epstein, with how that's being handled. It's obvious, it's just like, really? I couldn't live at a better time, in my opinion, to see that they're not conspiracy theories. I'm just like, oh, you just do a little research. Yeah, I've done quite a bit of research, but just pull the first layer back, y'all. Anybody who's new to these ideas or concepts, I don't think you are, but how could you be? Like Sweet Melissa just said, there aren't any left. So I'm always late for everything. So why be different here too? I had pulled these things up too. It was all a conspiracy theory until it wasn't, there's so many cool designs and stuff. I'm like, oh, wow, this is cool. Just wait until wait, hold on. Where's it at? Conspiracy theories, the program's secrecy and the destruction of records have fueled conspiracy theories and speculation about its true purpose. I don't even know what they're talking about. The only difference between Little Brands told me this. The only difference between the truth and a conspiracy theory is about 6 months. So it is what it is, right? what we're gonna do. All right. So here's that Salt Lake Tribune article, and it doesn't work for you. Oh, what link? All right. So we're gonna end on that. I know I dumped plenty on you. And thanks for the times in between the things when things wouldn't work and all that good stuff. So we all know George Ziz went through the temple. Who's that? Who's George Ziz? Zen. I don't even know who that is, but I guess I'm gonna look it up. More homework. Thank y'all. Thank you. I appreciate it. Justice for Tyler Charles, Tammy, JJ, Joe, Brandon. May Laura Hoare rot in prison like Aunt Vicky advised her to, right? Rot in prison, Lori. And may Chad's hands cramp up with the writer's cramp. Okay. Thank you, Daisy. I appreciate you. Thank y'all. All right. Do your own research. Do your own discernment. Let me know. Anyways, love always wins. You guys are proof of this.